yada, yada, yeah. And then Jamel goes, well, I mean, if we're being fair, it's kind of the same reputation Rachel has over there. And he's like, oh, well, I
don't know what I'm talking about. That's why my contract wasn't renewed. That's why I get coffee for people over here on the Levitard show.
Oh man, it's just the way he's bending over backwards, man, just rubs me the wrong way, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Oh boy, 13th round early. Oh man, I gotta get that out to the people. Good looking on that, Jesse. Yeah, you know where I'm going, Dave, because that's big time. That's big time. That's big time. Come on now. It's time to talk about it.
I don't know what this means. Oh, you already know. I need to make that a sounder. Here's what they think about you. Here's what they think about you. Here's what they think about you. I did make this a sounder. This is my new theme song.
My mistake. I can make a mistake.
That's my new theme song. After my Gordon Hayward, Kevin Love is just like the root of all my pain here on this show. Go ahead. Between the draft,
connected, maybe he has heard things that I just hadn't heard.
Between the lottery show and yesterday, like Kevin Love is
I can make a mistake.
He just brings me so much like pain and frustration. God dang it, man. And I was mad at you, like, how the fuck do you not know that Kevin Love was on the Celtics? God, Kenny.
So I was trying to like get it going, and I was like, all right. And I was trying to, I just got to ask him. So what did Kevin Love do again with this?
Like, you don't remember his ankle snapped like 5 minutes into the game. You're the one with the, and I'm literally, you're the one with the great memory. Why is this so lost on you? Like, you remember everything. Idiot, man. Your boy. Yeah, exactly. And I noticed this yesterday. I do appreciate that. The SMH.
The SMH.
What's good, baby? Come on in, get comfortable, hang out. We're with you for the next 4 hours. I'm David Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Collectively, we are D'Lo and KC, and we are thrilled that you are here with us, whether you're listening on ESPN 1320 AM, you're listening on the Odyssey app, or if you're watching over there on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 or youtube.com/ESPN 1320. We welcome you. You all have an opportunity to win $1,000. Your first opportunity coming up 10 minutes from now. Of course, we've got 4 different opportunities, 10 minutes past the hour of every single hour. And for those who aren't watching, you may be unaware that I am incapable of saying the word "for" without putting up 4 fingers. I don't know why that is, but I give that line every day about 4 opportunities to win, and every single time I give the horseman sign.
Come on, man. You got to. You got to give the 4 horseman sign. Absolutely.
Man, there's some things to talk about. Unfortunately, yeah. Yep. Halfway decent. Not so much. We'll explain here. For those of you who are with us on Twitch and YouTube, you may have caught us with an early review of the Halfway Decent podcast, at least a particular clip of it. Well, Kenny and I invested some time yesterday into listening to the entire thing. It's time we'll never have back. Facts. If you were listening, you get it. If not, again, we'll explain. So we'll talk about the latest silliness involving the Apparently, in the Marvin Bagley vernacular, fans is like a derogatory
Oh
word.
my gosh.
Like
Yeah,
it's
we're definitely gonna talk about that, man. Hey, boy, oh boy.
let's start with the good stuff before we get to that stuff. Let's start with the Suns. To quote CM
That was
Punk,
good stuff. Hold on, who said that was good stuff?
maybe someone who is kind of quietly rooting for the Suns.
Wasn't nothing good for me yesterday.
So I'm going to ask you this, as CM Punk said after his famous pipe bomb promo, do I have your attention now? Do the Phoenix Suns have your attention now after that? That wasn't a game one victory. That was a beatdown.
Oh, calm down.
That was
they won it handily. They were never really in danger. It was a 7-point game with 7 minutes to go. What do you mean a beatdown?
That was a beatdown
Oh
at the
my
hands of the Phoenix Suns. They won that game easily, without any concern, without any doubt. With Giannis Antetokounmpo playing. Oh, by the way,
That was good.
alert.
That was good to see.
We did not expect that. But yeah, Giannis Antetokounmpo did play. First play of the game. Holy crap. You talk about, okay, big fella, you want to play? We're going to find out if you're ready to play. We're going to run the exact same play in which you nearly snapped your leg in half. And to his credit, he was there. He was well above the rim. I mean, a Jay Crowder kind of grab of the wrist there prevented him from finishing that dunk. But that was play one of the game to Giannis down there at the rim. And that kind of set the tone for him. He's not 100%. I don't know what else to say about that. He's just not. But he was out there on the floor. I thought he was. I don't know what to say he was, but
he was okay.
Yeah,
he was okay.
I guess that's it.
I thought he started the game off really strong, and was out there looking good in that first quarter. And then he kind of slowed down as the game went along. For whatever reason, he only had 11 shots last night in 35 minutes. I mean, it's inexcusable. You know what I mean? For him to have 11 shots in 35 minutes.
It did start to look like we said yesterday, the one thing we don't want to see if Giannis were to come back at any point in the series, and I don't think either one of us thought he was going to play last night when the show ended at 4:00. We didn't want to see the James Harden return. And again, no shade on James Harden, but he played, 48 minutes. He did, everything he could, but they changed the strategy of the game. They changed the tempo of the game because they were shorthanded. So many guys, they knew James Harden can only do so much, and he really was ineffective. And you could argue at the beginning of that game, particularly the first half, perhaps James Harden was he was more of a negative than a positive. Mm-hmm. That wasn't the case with Giannis Antetokounmpo last night. But he's not, 35 minutes, 17 rebounds. He just couldn't get it in a flow offensively.
No, and I look at it, and it's not all his fault, and it didn't happen today. But I just feel like there's ways to get him easier shots, and it hasn't been established the entire time under Coach Bud. And I'm not saying the loss is his fault or whatever. I do feel like Giannis getting 11 shots, that falls back on Coach Bud a little bit. Like, you got to find a different way to get him the rock. And then some of that goes on Giannis too, because a couple times they got him on the block. I saw this in the first quarter, but they got him on the block and he would turn and face up. And it's like, no, man, stay on the block, back him down, get in your bag in the post. And, maybe he just doesn't have that bag as well. So
is that a different feel? I don't know how often you don't strike me as a big post player, but is that a different feel on the lower body when you're working with your back to the basket?
It might be. I mean, because there's a lot of balance, and then you're taking there's a collision going on there in some respects. So maybe
you're more vulnerable.
Yeah. And also maybe he just doesn't have the lower body confidence or strength to try and back somebody down. But yeah, man, he's got to have, this is on the low end. I was going to say 15 to 20 shots, but let's raise that up a little bit. Let's say 18 to 22 shots each game for the rest of the series. Like 11 shots is not enough for somebody like Giannis.
Agreed. Yeah, 100% agreed. So that's the Milwaukee Bucks side, and there's more to talk about with the Milwaukee Bucks. They need bigger performances from Drew Holiday. You're never going to get much from PJ Tucker offensively, but there's probably some conversations to be had there. Chris Middleton stepped up again, not his most efficient offensive night, but he did kind of carry the offensive load for the Milwaukee Bucks. But KC, this game, and it's why I phrased it. Do we have your attention now? Do I have your attention now? Do they have your attention now? The Phoenix Suns came out there and they hit on like big three like cylinders, whether it was Chris Paul, Devin Booker, DeAndre Ayton. They put up and I don't think anybody looks at the Suns as a super team. They put up a super team stat line with those three guys last night.
Yeah, they were filling it up, man. They were filling it up. DeAndre Ayton, he was great around the basket. Obviously, Devin Booker, 27 points. But Chris Paul, the point guard, oh, man, he was doing what he did in his first ever NBA Finals game appearance. And it does have a feel as if Chris Paul is destined to get this done. It feels like he's destined to get it done. And he had 32, and I think he went scoreless in the first quarter.
He did. Yep.
Yeah.
He did.
But
he did not go scoreless in the third or fourth quarter.
He absolutely did not. He put this thing away. But the thing that sticks out to me, and shout out to our man, Coach Ty, one of my early interactions. The Suns did what they're supposed to do. They did what they had to do at the free throw line. 25 of 26.
And that one miss from Crowder was late. Yeah.
It was real late. You look at somebody like a DeAndre Ayton, center, big man, 6 of 6 from the free throw line.
Yep.
Devin Booker, 8 of 21 from the field, 1 of 8 from beyond the arc, but 10 of 10 from the free throw line. They handle their business from the line. I heard something today where I think they're the best free throw shooting team in playoff history this year in this playoff runs.
Yep.
I mean,
I think it was 86% on the postseason, if I remember correctly.
It's not everything, but it matters. It matters. And last night in a game that, Milwaukee was trying to creep back in, they couldn't do it because Phoenix was not missing at the stripe.
I know how much you love that. They flashed that. I don't know if they flashed it across the screen. I know Mike Breen said something about it late, which is probably why Jay Crowder missed. I was like, I think they were 23 of 23 at the time. It was like, this is a line. This is a stat line that'll make Kenny Caraway proud. As will this.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
It's the Summer of Cash contest. As the cash contest rolls along with the words that you're all so familiar with, here is your chance to win $1,000. All you got to do is text the code word ROCK.
Oh,
yeah. Again.
Okay.
728.
That might be going somewhere else, but okay.
We are arguably the most creative media company on the entire planet, except when it comes to the Summer of Cash contest. When we find a word we like, man, we use that word. And the word today is rock. Text the word rock to 72881. As in about 7 minutes from now, I'm going to be promoting rock stations on Odyssey.
Oh, yeah.
Kenny's going to confuse Nirvana and Metallica again.
It is a day.
It says Caraway Karaoke right there that you can get on the Caraway compound every Friday night. Cover charge $5 at the door. Text the word rock to 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive. Also, don't confuse Nirvana with Metallica.
Yeah, that's my bad.
Maybe don't confuse Kevin Love with Gordon Hayward either. Just a couple of mishaps from yesterday's show.
No big deal. No big deal. We just shake it off. We're like Giannis missing a free throw. We don't worry about it. We just shoot the next shot.
I'd argue mixing up Kevin Love and Gordon Hayward on the Celtics is more forgivable than Nirvana and Metallica.
I think so too. I'm just showing respect to the Metallica, Nirvana fan bases
Mhm.
Because if they came up to my doorstep right now, I don't know who the hell you guys are. Get off my doorstep. But I'm gonna show respect. Just because I don't know who they are doesn't mean that I know they're synonymous. I know they're famous.
If the fan bases of Metallica showed up at your door with the fan bases of Nirvana, they're easily distinguishable.
No, what I was gonna say, if Nirvana and Metallica showed up to my doorstep,
well,
I wouldn't know who the hell you guys are.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Nirvana's not gonna show up at your door.
Isn't that Kurt Cobain?
Yes.
Okay.
He won't be at the Caraway compound.
R.I.P.
Now, Metallica may.
Metallica, I'd have no shot. I'd be like, security.
Well, that's okay. Security would have got him because they wouldn't have been at the clearance gate. So that's not really that big of a deal. But Metallica, those are your Bay Area guys. Those are the San Francisco Giants guys right there.
Okay. I do. They have Metallica night at Giants games.
They do.
That makes sense. Got you.
Most definitely.
Still know who they are.
Okay.
Hell, if the people who like Metallica, if Sweetie came up to their doorstep, they wouldn't know who the hell she is.
Nope.
Is she from the Bay Area?
No, they sure wouldn't. They most definitely wouldn't. We'll step out. We'll come back, man. There's more we got to talk about. Kenny wants to proclaim his hate for Mike Budenholzer. You know, just a normal Wednesday here on D-Lo and KC.
Come on, man.
And halfway decent.
Oh, hell.
Well, we've got that on the way. It's D-Lo and KC continue on Twitch, on YouTube, on Odyssey, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. No City Center today either? Okay. If they're both on break.
A little inside baseball or whatever they want to call it right now. The next time we fill out timesheets, we do that thing again that we should have got.
Yeah, we should get it. Yeah, we should get a notice for that. It's because Danny left Thursday, right? So it won't be tomorrow. It'll be the next Thursday it should be due.
Okay.
And you'll have 2 on there. You know, there's a great story out there where Hulk Hogan said he was going to join Metallica, but he wanted to be a wrestler instead. And somebody asked, I forgot the guy's name, and I know it. I'm okay. The lead singer of Metallica. They asked him about that, and he was like, "No, no, absolutely not, absolutely not."
I was just about to say, I was like, does Hulk Hogan have a little LeBron in him?
Oh, Hulk Hogan is full of crap. Like I mean, that's my guy, and you know, we've admitted this. James Hatfield, thank you. We've admitted this on the air before. That's a tough one. That's been a tough one for me to separate from.
Yeah.
Even though he's given me every reason to separate from him. But yeah, he's full of crap. He lies virtually about everything. Like, hey, how's the weather out there in Tampa? Like, oh, it's beautiful, man. It's sunny. Like, Hogan, it's a freaking hurricane, man. What are you talking about? What do you mean? But I don't know. That's just the way that it is.
Childish, from what I hear, she went to Monterey Trails. But we don't rep Sweetie as a Sacramento artist because she don't rep Sacramento. So,
nah, Miss P, you ain't miss it. You ain't miss it. We got it coming up.
Hey, the DMV and Hales. Bagel nonsense.
Enter Sandman. What you talking about? Unforgiven. Sad but true. What's a shot of man? Sit down, son.
Wait a minute. So that Enter the Sandman, that's the
no.
What's his name used to come into that song? Trevor Hoffman. I feel like
so did
Mario
Sandman in
Rivera
ECW.
Now you're not talking my language. ECW.
ECW didn't pay for music rights, so they just played Enter Sandman when he came out. It was pretty dope because, you know, ECW was a crowd of young, crazy. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So they knew every word to the record. So they would be screaming over the record as he came down and he's drinking beer and smoking cigarettes and hitting himself in the head with a kendo stick.
Then the thing I know,
Mariano
remember
Rivera,
the most, it was what did Hoffman come into then?
Was it Hell's Bells?
It might have been Hell's Bells. Yeah, that's phenomenal knowledge.
I think he came out to Hell's Bells.
Yeah.
And Mario and Rivera definitely came out to Enter Sandman. So did Brock Lesnar in the UFC. Brock Lesnar came out to Enter Sandman.
The thing I remember the most about
Kenny's like, I give a shit. No, UFC.
No, there is not no 6th round here.
UFC is
the 13th
UFC is right there in the same bag as ECW for Kenny.
Yeah. Only thing I know about ECW is when they threw chairs over. They covered the people with chairs.
Oh man, T's and P's to Terry Funk. I was reading right before the show started today. He was not doing well. Yeah, and I feel like
I saw him trending. I didn't click on it to get the in depth, but it's a bad.
Yeah, I feel like anytime a publicist, a good publicist, says something about his health, like it might be close. So yeah, he's not doing well.
Damn.
He was never, again, ECW wasn't my thing, and that old school wrestling stuff wasn't really my thing, but like I recognize what he is. And
absolutely.
Wow, the King's social media team really just went for it today.
I don't know why. Why would they do that?
I don't know why they do that. Why? Do I still got that one loaded in here? I've got to.
What do you do that for? Why?
Yeah, I don't know. Who is your favorite Kings draft pick of all time? They tweeted that today. And of course, the first reply I see is our man, Dr. David. He says Marquise Chris. Favorite.
Marquise Chris, free agent this offseason, coming off ACL surgery.
Well, let's bring him home.
Wouldn't be mad. Really wouldn't be mad.
Wait, real talk?
Yeah, wouldn't be mad. I mean, he can't be that expensive.
I don't imagine that he is, but you're loading the Kings up with guys that aren't that expensive at this point.
That's because they can't get rid of the most expensive people.
Well, maybe they just haven't yet. Maybe if they take a listen to the Halfway Decent podcast, they'll be more motivated to. I see people are starting to gather here in the chat, ready to talk about Marvin. I guess we were going to talk more about the finals. We'll just put that off. We'll just put the final stuff off.
I know what you're here for.
Let's come on, kids, gather around. Let's form a little circle and let's have our weekly Marvin Bagley nonsense conversation. So if you were with us at the very, 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 very very end. As a matter of fact, it wasn't even the end of the radio show. It was like the end of the live stream. We went 10 minutes over yesterday, maybe 15 minutes over, because Brandon Nunez had posted a clip from the Halfway Decent podcast in which Marvin Bagley and his trainer were hosting together. And we're like, oh, well, we here. Let's take a listen to this clip. And it was the clip about the like tweet. So I don't know that it's worth playing. Here's what we can tell you from listening to the podcast. It was 60 minutes. I did not listen to all 60 minutes. I tried. I did. I listened to about 25 and I gave up. And I was like, I don't want to listen to a podcast that has a hype man in the back of it, where, and I was genuinely like, Marvin had a different tone to his voice. He was obviously very relaxed. This is his venture. Like, he was into it. He wanted to talk about it. I was curious what he was going to say. And they started with the tweet. And, his hype man is like, yo, man, you liked a tweet and the world stopped. Like, nah, bro, it didn't. Like, people in Sacramento were curious. But I assure you, nobody outside of Sacramento gave a damn about Marvin Bagley liking a tweet about getting out of Sacramento. And then he goes on, he being Marvin Bagley, goes on to tell this long-winded story about Trey dropping 50 and how he was motivated and how he was hungry. And that's why he liked the tweet. And then he reminded everybody, it's my Twitter account. I can like what I want. I can do what I want. It's my Twitter, bro. I can like what I want and do what I want. So
it's my Twitter.
He gives like 5 reasons as to why he liked the tweet. Not one of them, not one, make a lick of sense.
None.
And then he ends it with, well, I liked it. It's my, I could do what I want. It's my Twitter. It's like, oh, okay. At that point, I thought, turn this off. You're not going to get anything from it. But I didn't. I stuck it out.
Well, we can't forget real quick. Earl Ramsey. You know, I got a bunch of nicknames, but I'm gonna be respectful and call him Earl Ramsey because that's his name. Saying, "Hey, you didn't shy away from it, though."
Like, nah, fam, you literally haven't said anything about it. Like, even to this moment, you haven't said anything about it other than it's your Twitter account. And you want now what? In this Mr. Ramsey fella is a trainer, from what I understand.
Yeah.
He's not a podcast host. He's not skilled in the art of interviewing somebody. So the question you want to ask in that situation is, do you want out of Sacramento? Did you like it because you no longer want to be in Sacramento? Because you just gave a reason about Trae Young. You just said something about the draft class. You just said you're motivated. You just said you're hungry. None of that really explains why you like the tweet about getting Marvin Bagley out of Sacramento. And you talk about you didn't shy away from it. You didn't shy away from it. No, this is the first time you're addressing it, and you're only half-ass addressing it. So maybe that's where the name of the podcast comes from. Halfway decent, like halfway decent explanation of why you like this tweet. And I don't get it. As Cole jumps here in the chat over on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and says, who lying more, Marvin, LeBron, or Hulk Hogan?
I mean, I'll take Marvin out of there, Cole.
I don't think Marvin's lying.
Marvin just he's saying so. He's just saying a bunch of words.
That's it. That's
He's
it.
just saying a bunch of words.
He recorded
There's no substance or anything behind him. Just a bunch of words.
He recorded a bunch of words and he put it out there and called it a podcast. And the sad part is there were other elements that I was really curious to hear him talking about. Like I think there's a line in there that says the world ain't even seen the real Marvin Bagley yet, because like it's not like I woke up and meant to break my hand. It's not like I woke up with the idea to get hurt. Like I'm trying to go out there and I'm a part of that class, and I want to be a part of that class, and I want to be mentioned the same way that those guys are.
Yeah.
But where he really lost me in the moment where it was like, I got to turn this off, is him and his boy Earl kept using the term fans as like a derogatory term.
I was going to ask you about that. The way they talked about it and the way they brought it up, I didn't know if maybe this is derogatory might be better. I felt it was extremely condescending.
Yeah,
the entire time.
That's fine. Yeah, that's accurate. That's accurate. They kept talking about fans as if fans are some sort of like subspecies, like they're not actually people. And I get, and if you listen long enough, and you only have to get through 25 minutes to pick this up, because I picked it up right away. The impact that social media has on Marvin is great. And Marvin strikes me as one of those guys who's going to say, and he says this on the podcast, oh man, fans be out there saying anything. He strikes me as the guy, and I think he has said this before in media sessions. Oh, I don't pay attention to that stuff. Oh, that none of that stuff means anything to me. That is another that's a lie. You can tell in the way he talks about social media and the way that he talks about fans that are on social media, which Marvin and his PR team haven't really come to the realization that that's a small percentage of the fan base.
Right.
They seem to think that social media encompasses the entire Sacramento Kings fan base, in which it very much does not. But no one has smartened him up to that. And unfortunately, it appears no one has smartened Team Bagley up to that either. The multiple factions of Team Bagley. No one has hipped them to that. Like, hey, no, you really don't. We know people tweet hurtful stuff at you. We know people call you this and people call you that. You don't have to pay attention to that. You know why? Because when you walk in front of the paying customer, When you walk in front of 17,000 people at the Golden One Center, when your name is called in the starting lineup, they were cheering you. They were rooting for your success. As much as as we enjoy interacting with everyone on social media, the target is the people who are paying thousands and thousands upon thousands and thousands of dollars each year to be at Kings games.
Yeah.
That's your target. You still got them. They're still rooting for your success. You know what? Because they're not spending a lot of time on social media.
Right.
They're not involved in that. And we all know Twitter's toxic. We're not involved in that. They're out there. They're still paying to see you. They're still rooting for your success. Why? Because the Kings invested a number 2 overall pick in you. Nobody wants to see this fail. And it's a shame that the only people who seem to be telling Marvin this are you and I. Surround yourself with better people, bro. Like you have surrounded yourself with a bunch of yes men. And in some cases, yes women. Surround yourself with better people who understand this fan base, who understand social media, who understand sports, period, and recognize you literally, as difficult as it might be, you can tune that stuff out. Yeah. And you can just focus on your game. You can focus on those paying customers. You can still win everybody over. And the only people you really need to win over at this point is Monty, Luke Walton, and your teammates. And it appears he doesn't give a damn about any of that.
That's spot on with everything. You know what I mean? I was that's a good point. Ramsey in the chat, he wants to hear a little Tyra Banks because that's how we feel here in Sacramento.
I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you?
How dare you? All right, how dare you? Okay. Like I listened to this thing and I'm a nice guy, man. I'm a nice guy. I am. I like to say I don't always pat myself on the back, but I feel like I'm a nice guy. So I try to say, hey, they put it, I'm all for creatives, right? Creatives, be creative. All right, go put out your stuff. You do the best you do what you can. Okay. But that was trash. What I listened to yesterday. That was terrible. All right. Yeah. And look, and if it was a puff piece, just, let's go out there and let's make Marvin look good or something like that, then that's what it was. Maybe it achieved that or whatever the case may be. We're not saying that you got to come out here and bash him over the head verbally and say that he sucks. And that's not what this was about. And that's cool. But Earl Ramsey, he may be a hell of a trainer. I've never seen him train. Some of the stuff that I have seen, like the clips that are on his Twitter and everything, I mean, it's not revolutionary. It's not groundbreaking, but that's not the whole session. Maybe he's doing other good things. I don't know. But I know as a podcast host, he's terrible. Okay. Like you mentioned, he doesn't ask the correct questions. I learned virtually nothing from that whole thing. Yeah. It was a bunch of words put together. Yep. And it was a waste of time. And I'm the type of guy where when I listen to podcasts or for the most part, when I'm watching shows and stuff like that, I just have to see it to the end. Like I got to see the end. That's why I kept watching Scandal. That's why I kept watching Power. As bad as those shows got in the last couple of seasons, I'm here. I got to finish it. Scandal was weak in the last 2 years. Come on. We know that. It was getting crazy.
There are some things we know that we don't say out loud.
See, it's already in syndication. She getting her money. It's good.
We don't disrespect people like Shonda Rhimes in public. Those are things we talk about at the Caraway Compound Barbecue. Those are not things that we talk about on Twitch and YouTube
Jesse,
and on ESPN 13.
Take that out of the record.
Edit that out of the live broadcast. Goodness gracious, Kenny.
So look, I got to finish things off when I'm listening to them when I dive in. I still got 27 minutes left of that thing, and I ain't going back. Yeah, I mean, it's for what? Like it was terrible. It was terrible. Now,
Will Smith and Bad Boys 2. I ain't going back. I just got out, and I ain't going back.
Now, I took some notes as I was listening because I wanted to, remember some stuff. I wanted to be fair.
You are a diligent note taker, and when he says take notes, he doesn't mean opening up the note app. He means grabbing a pen and paper.
Down. It's just so much quicker too. You know what I'm saying? Just write it down.
Okay. Whatever you say.
Earl starts off. I think he says something to the effect of, "We come in with all the spice, with all the sauce." No, you didn't. No, you talked about Sierra Canyon.
You
talked about him rapping, and you addressed that it's his Twitter.
Y'all didn't season the meat.
No, absolutely did not season the meat. That was a Karen podcast.
Or, as the chat has dubbed it in recent days, that was a Rachel podcast. That was a Rachel podcast right there.
So no spice whatsoever. And then we've mentioned it a number of times, but I just want to reiterate it again. He talks about Trae Young, watching him go for 50, you went for 48 in that game one in the Eastern Conference Finals. But that got him so hyped, to see that.
Yeah.
So I just want to be clear. That got you so hyped that you had to like a tweet about getting out of Sacramento? Look, I'll be watching things that get me hyped, right? Like when I get hyped, and I've been there as a basketball player, whatever, I see a performance, oh, let's go. Like that would take me to the basketball court, or I'm going to call my friends and be like, yo, did you see what Trae did? I've never been like, seen a great performance and been like, oh, Trae was cooking. I need to get out of Cal State Hayward.
Well, no, the part that I love is, oh man, Trae was cooking. I'm so motivated right now. Let me go to Twitter. Because I know when I get hyped and I get motivated, the first thing I want to do is go to social media. Oh man, you know what, man? I'm so hyped for D'Lo and KC. Man, I can't wait to make this show the greatest in California, the greatest in the world. How can I do that? I'm gonna go to Twitter. Not only am I gonna go to Twitter, I'm gonna look at my mentions.
Oh, and I'm gonna like something that is going to not help anything at all.
Man, I'm so fired up. You damn right I should be out of Sacramento. Heart button. He smashed it too. He, like, for those who could see, he went like, yeah, bam. What about it?
And while I like that, let me go into my bio and edit the Sacramento Kings out of my bio.
Oh, no follow-up question there on that.
Yeah.
Let me go to Instagram and delete all my pictures that got Kings. We get rid of that too.
Look, man, this podcast, I'm just gonna say it because people come to me for my real opinion. I'm gonna give you my real opinion. This trash ass podcast that I listened to yesterday is about an hour. It could have been 7 minutes because there was only 3 things that needed to be squared up.
That was 6 minutes too long.
Do you want to be in Sacramento? Why did you co-sign getting out of Sacramento? And why did you take the Kings out of your bio? Those need to be answered.
Ask again. Ask them one at a time. Because I think I know your answers after listening to 25 minutes of the podcast.
Okay, I got you.
Yep.
Do you want to be out of Sacramento?
Do I want? I would. It's my Twitter. It's my Twitter. I can do what I want. It's my Twitter.
Facts.
It's my Twitter. I can like it. It's my Twitter.
Facts. Okay. Cool. I got to follow up though.
Okay.
Why did you co-sign getting out of Sacramento?
Bro. It's my Twitter.
That's facts.
I'm a like and write what I want. It's my Twitter.
Facts. Yeah. Anybody says anything else, that's cap. A lot of capping. Last one. Why did you take the Kings out of your bio?
It's my Twitter.
That's facts.
It's my social media.
That's facts.
It's my social media. I'm gonna be me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be me. Be me.
Boy, in the world,
and you know what?
The world.
Fans don't like fans. Fans are crazy.
Bro, these fans, man. These fans, bro. These fans, so bro.
It's like that.
But you know what? You know what though? People like you don't come around often.
Y'all ain't even seen me yet.
You got Kobe who he didn't even focus on his post basketball till he said like 2 or 3 years before he finished. But you doing it now. They don't. they don't see people like you all the time. They don't see people like you all the time.
As I try to morph my conversation back into Damian Barling here, the biggest takeaway I got from that is I was joking. I don't remember if we were on the air yet or not on the air, but there's a line for those who have ever heard the complete version of No Vaseline. There's a montage at the beginning of it where Ice Cube is playing a bunch of clips, and you hear that. Here's what they think about you. Here's what they think about you. Here's what they. You can listen to that podcast, and my biggest and I can walk away from that going. Even in the 25 minutes that I tolerated it, the biggest takeaway I got is what Marvin Bagley thinks about fans and people who support,
very
Sacramento
condescending.
basketball. And I always, even back to the like tweet, because this was a conversation that had been had that day. Even back to the like tweet, I thought, still don't think he's going to get booed. Because I think the social media fans, and we've talked about this before, Twitter is different than Golden One Center. It's not the same. Now knowing, and we're talking to James Ham, by the way. James Ham will be here for his weekly visit coming up at 3:20 today. I'm curious to get his thoughts on all of this. I know he wrote a little bit about it yesterday. My biggest takeaway from that is just he looks at fans as like beneath him. And I'd love to ask him if I'm wrong in that sense, because that's the way that those two conversate together. And the reason they do the podcast together, whether we think Earl is good at this job or not, whether we think Earl is a compelling host or not, doesn't matter. Okay, it's fine. I mean, that's fine. He's the guy Marvin's comfortable with. We bring Marvin on D-Lo and KC. We're going to get two-word answer, 3-word answers. We're going to get short questions. We're not going to get an engaged individual. But he's comfortable with Earl, and he feels like he can talk. And part of the reason he's comfortable with him is because Earl knows the deal. He knows the game plan. All of the questions that we want answers to about why did you like this tweet? Do you want out of Sacramento? Why did you remove the Kings from your bio? Earl don't need to ask those questions because he already knows the answer to them. Now, a great host often asks questions they know the answer to. Because I may know the answer to something, but the people listening don't, or the people watching don't, or maybe some of the people listening don't, or maybe some of the people watching don't. So you allow the subject of the interview to answer that question. He don't know that. And it also makes Marvin look bad if he comes out in a halfway decent podcast and says, yeah, I want out of Sacramento. He ain't going to do that. So it was just a confluence of, this is, as I think you said this earlier, it was just a bunch of words.
That's all.
It was just a bunch of words put out there on a podcast. And the one takeaway, like tweet, no. One takeaway, 2018 draft, no. The one takeaway is he thinks very lowly of fans. And if that's because of the way fans, a portion of social media fans talk to him on Twitter, like, that's fine. He didn't differentiate that. In the 20 some odd minutes that I listened. He bottled it all up as fans, and him and his boy talked about fans as if there's some sort of subspecies.
He's been showing a lot of love out here. Let's just keep it a stack. On Twitter, a crazy place. We know all that. Nobody's excusing that. No, but I mean, there's been some foul stuff that's been said on Twitter. That's there's no disputing that. But he's been showing a lot of love out here in Sacramento since day one. And for his PR person or not PR person or COO or whatever, or Earl Ramsey to come up here and to paint it as something else, that's foul. That's foul and it's inaccurate. A couple other things before we get out of here on some notes that I saw. Number one, they need to change the battery in the smoke alarm. I heard that a couple different times during that podcast. Just change the battery. I've let it go for a long time before in my house as well. So I understand, but change the smoke alarm. The whole podcast had this whole woe is me type of vibe. It's like, oh my gosh, like, man, they just be crazy. Like, ain't nobody trying to hear all that. Ain't nobody hear all that. And then I'm gonna say this. I said it before. Earl is a trash host, but I will give him a little credit. There was a moment in there where he kind of tried to guide Bagley into speaking specifically on the Kings in Sacramento. he said something to the fact like, man, how do you look at your time? You're 3-4 years in the league right now. And, you got people like mad that haven't made the playoffs in 15 years. Like, how do you feel about that? Marvin, I mean, if he's went from side to side or sidestep as much as he did in that interview and on the court to defend somebody, he'd be all defense because he got out of the way so quick of anything that had to do Sacramento Kings on there. Like he went out of his way to not mention the Kings, not mention the city of Sacramento. And this is what I keep on saying, man. If you don't want to be here, that's your prerogative. Just say it with your chest, whether it's on that podcast or maybe you've already said it to Monty. Maybe we don't know that. But like, so I think at this point with everything that he's done, people just want to know what the deal is, man. Where do you stand? Who you with? You with us? Like I said, all the other thing about this is we're sitting here talking about Marvin Bagley on July 7th, and he's gonna be like, oh man, they're gonna talk about a whole interview I did. Well, number one, we don't have a game to talk about. You ain't DeAndre Ayton. You ain't playing yesterday. So we ain't got no game to talk about. Okay. You ain't played in months. So there's that. And then number two, you did this. We're not talking about De'Aaron Fox. We're not talking about Tyrese Halliburton. We're not even talking about Buddy Hield. We're not talking about Harrison Barnes. They didn't do nothing. You don't do nothing. We ain't talking about you. You did all this. You liked the tweet. You took the Kings out of your bio. You did the podcast. That's why you're being talked about. Accountability.
Download the Odyssey app and discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now for sports and music fans by sports and music fans. Check out Tailgate Crashers, crack a cold one, and get game day ready with tunes from all your country favorites. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app. And check out the Conscious Hip Hop station. Some really great stuff in there from Common, Mos Def, and the crew that you would expect. Black Thoughts on there. It was a great listen yesterday after I needed to cleanse my palate after listening to the Not So Halfway Decent podcast. We'll step out. We'll come back. You want to get in on the conversation? You can. 916-349-1320 is D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Sure.
Buck. I'm really just here for the Hulk Hogan conversation. That's all I'm.
I got. When we come back, I know we're done with it. I just gotta get these numbers.
We don't have
out.
to be done, man. We got 3 hours left.
I gotta get these numbers off real quick because I need Will to give me a crash course on that, just how to make it easy to find exactly what I want. I had to do a bunch of math calculators and all this other stuff, but I gave us some numbers that it's just like, come on, man, come on. I don't know what y'all talking about.
Yeah. Oh, Will Z's in here.
Oh, there's Will. I got the numbers. When I say them, I just need you to confirm them for me. That's all. Brian, this is Paper Planes, man. Rock Nation. I don't know if it's necessarily their brand or what, but I think Paper Planes is its own, like they make their own clothes or something like that, and they're affiliated with Rock Nation.
Yeah, dude, this is true. I do think he would get a little misty-eyed.
Look, you said it. You said it right though. Like he cares a lot about what he says he doesn't care, but he cares a lot.
And I'm not criticizing, like, no matter how much we say we don't care. We want people to like us. When you're in a position where you can be judged, and I'm not putting what we do on the level of being a professional basketball player, but when you're in a profession in which you are judged publicly by it, right? You want people to like you. We want people to watch. We want people to listen. We want all those things to happen. And it's easy to say, oh, when you get attacked on social media, turn it off. Turn off the noise. Turn off the noise. That's hard to do. Like it genuinely is difficult to do. But at the same point, that dude lives in it. And no one in his camp. And I guess what I've learned through the last month or so since the tweet is the reason he can't move on from it is because his team can't move on from it. Like they live in it. Like they search his name on social media. to see what this fan base is talking about. I ain't seen either one of them people tagged in one tweet. Not one. But they got something to say about Greg, Tim, everybody who's got something to say on Marvin Bagley. They got something to say about them.
Yeah. It's crazy, man. And like I said, I listened to that last night, and I was just like, man, I get how some of the stuff that he's heard, like, don't nobody want to hear that. Like, don't nobody want to see your name associated with, disrespect and on that level that we've seen before. I get that, and this is your opportunity to kind of address it or whatever. But like you said, man, they dig a little too deep into it. You know what I'm saying? And they associate an entire city, an entire fan base with that, and that's just not true. There's a segment that's been really hard on Marvin. I get that, but there's been a lot of love out here. A lot of love for Marvin Bagley. They went at me, and who's the one constantly defending him on here? Like, he needs the ball more. He needs to play more. Da 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 da. Like, but at the same time, like you said, it seems like me and you are the only ones that say, "Yo, Marvin, like, we like you. We think you're talented, but this ain't getting it done. You're not there. You're not on no level. You may have the capabilities and the potential to get on the level of some of the guys in that class, but you're not there."
You got shoes in clear boxes?
No, I thought about that. And I thought about getting that.
Did you see Nate Burleson's setup? With
No.
He's got clear boxes with lights behind them.
Oh,
yeah. I found some. It was $112
for how many?
for two.
Yeah, see, that's the other thing. They're expensive.
I was like, nah, I don't need that.
Yeah,
Ain't for me.
so they're
You
expensive.
got that Kenny
number one.
Caraway money?
And then it's the same as a shoebox. You're not
Yeah,
saving
really
no face.
It's not. It's prettier. We put shoes in clear boxes here on D-Lo and Casey. At least those are the conversations that we have during the commercial breaks over on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. Sneakerheads do some crazy things. Dude, I got some shoes on the sneaker app this week. Can you believe that?
Oh,
It was
what?
It was a drawing. It was
no air horns
No.
for any win on the sneaker guy.
and you know what it was? It was kind of like the alert went off the Jordan 4 Oreos. And I thought, like, I like them. I don't need shoes right now, but it's a drawing. So I thought I ain't going to win them. I'm going to enter it. So like, I go through the motions, Your place in line has been secured. Like, F off, put the phone in my pocket, grab the leashes. We're headed outside for a walk. And I go to turn on my podcast and I look at my phone and there's a $200 charge on my card from Nike. I'm like, hey, you gotta be like, I landed a pair of shoes from the sneakers app.
That's a monumental event. I don't know why it took you to a Wednesday at 12:49 to tell me.
But can I tell you, you know why? And I took a picture of it. I meant to send it to you, but the weekend, I got right. I sent that. I took a screenshot of that from me. I was gonna send it to you guys. And I realized the reason I didn't do it is because I was mad. Like, I like them and I definitely wanted them. I don't need to be spending any money on shoes right now. I ain't going nowhere. Those shoes are going to stay in a box for a very, 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 very long time.
I mean,
and I thought, this is stupid, man. What?
We might be out campaigning again. You know,
I wasn't even excited when I was like, my first thought was, I got them. I just dropped 200 on some shoes that I
instant buyer's remorse.
I just like instant, and they're, dude, you know the Jordan 4 Oreo, they're gorgeous.
No,
they're gorgeous.
They're fire. I like them a lot.
And when they arrive, I will feel differently. I'm aware of that. Yeah. But in the moment, it was like, and of course, my immediate thought was, I just hit on a drawing.
Come on,
let me check the resale just in case.
Absolutely.
Just in case. It's like 270 something.
It is. It's
not heat. It's not like landing a pair of off-whites, like, if anybody landed those.
I mean,
if it's like that,
I don't know.
But
Yeah, I don't know who did. Who did land a pair of off-whites?
You knock it off. You knock it off. I'll pull up the Instagram evidence. Who's rocking? I think are they sixes? Are they off-white sixes?
I mean, they fives. They
Okay,
fives.
fives. My bad.
Yeah,
My
yeah.
bad. My bad.
But I mean, I'm holding on to them, man. I'm holding on to them.
No, you should. You should. You should.
I don't want to be part of the problem. I got to take the same advice as Marvin Bagley. Am I part of the solution or am I part of the problem? If I go out there and sell them for $7,000, I'm part of the problem.
You are part of the problem. you are a part of the problem. Yes,
While
indeed.
we're still here talking about Marvin Bagley, can I just address something else that happened that I just scratching my head.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the members on Team Bagley. At this point, we know who they are. She comes out and she says something about somebody had made a reference of, he's not. We're trying to get to the playoffs. He was supposed to be the one to help us get there, and he's not handling business.
Mm-hmm.
Just 100% fair.
Mm-hmm.
It's not all on him by any means, but he was part of what we were trying to do to end this drought. He's can't stay on the floor, can't stay healthy, hasn't produced at a high enough level. I think that's 100% fair. His team member, because I'm not sure what to call it right now, and I don't want to, call the wrong title or come off disrespectful.
It's fine.
His team member,
mm-hmm.
He says something to the effect of, well, the coach don't never play him in the fourth quarter, so how is he going to get you guys to the playoffs? He never plays in the fourth quarter. Mm-hmm. Look it up. It's facts. Well, Miss Alexis, coming from somebody who you guys know, Damian knows, I've said numerous times, play the man.
Mm-hmm.
Find some minutes. If you don't want to close him out, play the man out there in the first 4 minutes of the fourth quarter, whatever the case may be. Just get him out there. Mm-hmm. I've been on the same side of play him more in the fourth quarter. But I would never say something as ridiculous as he never plays in the fourth quarter. Look it up. Because from everything that I saw, and I got my man Will out here. From everything I saw, he played 27 fourth quarters this year. When in the games that he played 43 games. 27 of those 43 games he played in the fourth quarter. When he played in the fourth quarter, they were 11-16. When he didn't play in the fourth quarter, they were 9-7. I mean, I know Greg had talked, he had different numbers and all the plus and minus, all this other stuff. That's not my bag. I'm just going with the nuts and bolts here. And you're talking about they can't win because they don't play him in the fourth quarter. Well, when he was active, when he wasn't hurt, it wasn't this huge discrepancy, but they had a winning record when Luke Walton decided, I'm going to go with this lineup to finish the game out.
Yeah.
When they did play him in the fourth quarter, which is 27 times, she said he never played in the fourth quarter. It's facts. Look it up. I looked it up. It's not facts. When he did play in the fourth quarter, they were 11-16. And this is the kind of stuff that we're talking about, Damian. The kind of stuff that's probably being filtered into his head. Oh, coach don't play you. You can't help them because he don't play you in the fourth quarter. Well, actually, when you play a lot more than you and I realize in the fourth quarter when you look at the numbers. And when you do play, it's not good enough right now. Something that you're doing or what you're contributing or not contributing, it's not good enough to lead to victories. When coach makes the executive decision to say, I'm going to go with what I feel is a better lineup in the fourth quarter, that has been a winning product. These are just facts. And nobody's sitting here saying they should tell Marvin that he sucks or, anything like that. But you got to be real with him. You got to be like, hey, man, these are the numbers. What do we have to do to turn that around? Let's not blame anybody. What do we have to do in our game to turn that around? He doesn't have them people in his corner right now. It doesn't seem like they may be really good at, we pocket watch over here. Maybe they got him a lot of financial ventures and they're doing good in that. I don't know nothing about that. I just know about the way that they are handling his PR, basketball relations and stuff. They're terrible and they're failing right now.
A public relations person's job isn't to go out and close deals. That's an agent's job. That's a lawyer's job. That's a manager's job. That's not a public relations person's job. A public relations person's job is to manage, wait for it, public relations. and it appears that the people who do that for him aren't particularly apt at this. The one profession, and there's probably many, but one that you might put at the top of professions in which you cannot be sensitive, it's public relations. Because you're going to hear some stuff about your respective client that is not going to be good. That's why people hire. No one who's got everything in line needs a public relations manager.
Right.
No one, there's a great line. There's a great scene in Kenya Barris' show on Netflix, Black AF, where he's like, and I don't know if he was saying, I think he was saying publicist. I don't need a publicist. What do I need a publicist before? And then a bunch of tweets flash up on the screen that say like, yo, I'm with Cosby. I'm down with Bill Cosby. And it's like all of these like just horrible takes flashing up on the screen. And when you're the public relations person or the publicist, you can't be the one with the bad takes.
You can't be.
It's not your job. Your job isn't to go out there and defend your client against the mob. Your job is to go out there and to manage public relations. Yeah. And Marvin's public relations hit in this city since the season that just finished began has been a disaster. Dating back to Big Marv's tweet, you know, when the team was actually winning games, if you can remember that far back, and everything that followed it from, I'm here to only address the game against whoever it was that particular day. And that's a failure too. And you know, the Kings got to manage that better too, because don't put Marvin at the podium if he's going to talk about his free throw percentage, especially after a situation. Maybe hold him out a little bit longer. Maybe keep him away from the media a little bit longer. Maybe let him get some time on the floor a little bit more. But if you're going to put him out there in front of the media, and the first thing he's going to say before the session even begins is, I'm only going to talk about, you know, the game, get his ass out of here. Because truthfully, I don't care. You don't spend enough time on the floor for me to care what you do in the game. Do you want to be here or not? Just tell us all, because Monty's listening. You either do or you don't. You could tell us, you could have told us, we could have saved, and I guess this is the good part about Marvin Bagley, is he constantly provides content for us. We're in the middle. The next 2 weeks are going to be some of the slowest of the entire year. Now we're going to kick out of it and Hulk up right after that, because we got the NBA draft coming up, and then we're running hot and heavy. So it's going to be fun there for sure. But until then, it's like, whoa, man, what are we going to do? We got the NBA finals. I mean, there was just one game. Giants, we've got to get creative, guys. Oh, look, Marvin talked. So shout out to Marvin Bagley for providing plenty of content for Sacramento media personalities. We appreciate that. All content isn't good content, though.
Right.
At least our perspective, it is.
Right.
From your perspective, not so much. I don't even know if this would be a conversation today if he had sat down in that media session and done what hey, that's my dad. You've got to take it up with my dad. Essentially do exactly what De'Aaron Fox did.
Simple as that.
De'Aaron Fox went on All the Smoke podcast and said, the next time my dad does it, I've told him, you contact him. Here's how you get a hold of him. Because I'm not going to be, I'm not answering for him.
Right.
You can contact him. He knows not to do it again. And guess who hasn't said a word since that Facebook message or whatever it was?
Yeah.
He ain't said nothing since then.
And
you don't want to go answer all those questions.
Right. And look, and not to, I'm trying to be very respectful, not to disrespect the man, but Fox handled it like a grown ass man. He handled it like a man. He said, look, this is me. That's my dad. He ain't got to punk his dad or, oh, you need to check your dad. I've always said that's not mine stuff. Or anybody else's place to say this is what you do to your parents. Like that's not okay. But you can have a conversation with your dad. Like, look, man, I'm not doing that. That's you. You can do whatever you want with your Twitter. I'm gonna just that's you. I'm gonna let them know that's you. I'm me. I speak for myself. But judging by the podcast, I mean, he didn't say much of anything. And look, man, like I said earlier, though, that's cool. You know what I'm saying? If that's the type of show that you wanted, if that's the type of platform you wanted, where you just kind of wanted to, just have some fluff stuff out there and talk about your competitor. There's nothing wrong with that. There really isn't. I'm not even being a jerk when I said it. There's nothing wrong with that. But don't come out and you say and your team says he answered everything. No, he didn't. He answered nothing. Like, don't think that suffices as ending any kind of controversy. Like you did what you did, but it did nothing for what the actual issue was.
Don't confuse talking with saying something.
The great Bill Walton, never mistake activity for achievement.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. She's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. If you want to be a part of the show, many ways you could do it. Jump in the chat here, as many of you are. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. We hope that if you're on YouTube right now, you'll hit that thumbs up. It takes that long. Exactly the amount of time it would take to listen to the Halfway Decent podcast. That's how long it takes to hit the thumbs up button. As a matter of fact, I would argue hitting the thumbs up button is quicker. It also takes you that long to hit the subscribe button. If for whatever reason you're not yet a subscriber, we're closing in on 800 subscribers. Let's see if we can crack that number by the end of the week as the march to 1,000 subscribers over there on YouTube continues. We've got your opportunity to win $1,000 coming up about 8 minutes from now. We've got James Ham set to join us at 3:20. Go ahead, partner.
No, I just wanted to just ask you the next step for us as we talk about this podcast and everything that went on in the last 24 hours of Marvin Bagley.
Mm-hmm.
Where does that leave the Kings? I saw Tim Maxwell tweeted earlier about basically, I don't want to paraphrase him, and we don't have the time right now to look up the tweet. Maybe somebody can say it word for word. But he was like, basically, the Kings messed this up by not trading him at the deadline, and they're complicit in all of this because they just dragged it out, and now it's a mess. What is next? Is there a point where they're like, we got to get him out of here by all costs, or do they play the role of, hey, he's still under contract? We still need to evaluate him. We've got club control over him contractually.
Yeah.
Let's play it out. Let's see what happens. What are you going to do? Not play?
Yeah. That's not happening. That's 100% not happening. And I love Tim, but I also think that sometimes Tim talks in like the most simplest terms. And Tim sometimes comes across as for a Kings fan, sometimes he feels very anti-Kings.
Yeah,
and I don't think he's a Monty McNair guy. Here's the tweet word for word.
I don't think he's an anybody guy.
But that's facts. But that's the beauty of Tim Maxwell. Monty should not have allowed this situation to fester this long. Everyone knew Bagley should have been gone at the deadline, and now we've gone from uncomfortable to ugly. I don't think we're in ugly. We're just in. The only thing that was ugly was that podcast. I think we're just here. It is what it is. Marvin isn't. You can't go to ugly. This situation can't get ugly with a 14-7 player who's missed like 50 some odd % of his games.
Right.
Now you can get ugly with the DeMarcus Cousins, a 27-12 all-star Olympian, all NBA guy. You can get ugly with the De'Aaron Fox, a 26-7-6 or whatever his numbers are. You can get ugly there. You can't get ugly with a player the caliber of Marvin Bagley, because that's not what he is yet. He just ain't there. Right. And so, no, I think that assessment is completely wrong. I think it's completely inaccurate. Right. If I don't imagine, and these were, rumors around the trade deadline. Again, we'll talk to James Ham, who's much more in tune with this stuff than we are. The market ain't there for this dude. The market isn't there for Marvin. It's not. So if it comes to next year, hey, dude, it could be as simple as this. We're trying, but the fact is, you ain't good enough. We're trying, but you can't stay on the floor. We tried when your dad said, trade my son. The problem is you need another person to get involved in a trade. I'm not just going to cut you. Now, if you want a buyout, I'll offer you $0.00, and you could go do whatever the hell you want to do. Until then, play basketball. If you don't want to play basketball, no problem. We'll fine you. Your ass can sit at home, and we'll move on from here.
Right.
But I'm trying to rectify this situation. So the ball's in your court. If you want to show up, you want to play basketball, you want to do your thing, great. If you want to demand a trade, good luck with that, dog, because you ain't Anthony Davis. You're not one of these high caliber players who could do that. I've tried to trade you since your dad mentioned it, and I can't. So what do you want to do? There's nothing. I don't mean this to be disparaging. I mean this in the context of sports. He's not important enough. He isn't. Not for the Kings and not for anybody else.
Right.
Because you're gambling on potential. The person who winds up acquiring Marvin Bagley, whether it's through trade or whether it's through signing, because we're all at the point where he's not going to be here past this year if he's even here this year. Bilo and JC of that city are going to be talking about, it's a low risk, high reward thing. They're going to be talking about Marvin Bagley the same exact way we were talking about Harry Giles. Low risk, high reward. Let's see if it works out.
There's a part of me that next time Monty talks, which would probably be after the draft or something, if he's ever asked the question, like there needs to be, and you could tell me if I'm wrong here. Maybe this is just an emotional outburst, but I would put it squarely on Marvin Bagley, and I would do that by saying, "Hey, we think the world of Marvin Bagley. We think he's super talented. We want him here. We want to turn this thing around, but we need guys all in. That's how we're going to get this done. We want to win. We want to win with Marvin Bagley, but we need guys all in." And I wouldn't do because I already know how Monty goes. He's going to get real vague and, it's just, it's like everybody on the roster. We're just trying to, no. Yeah. Let's address it. I tell Marvin to say it with his chest. Maybe I wouldn't make a good general manager because of this, but I would say with my chest there, we want Marvin here. If he wants to be here, if he wants to get it done, let's get it done. But the ball's in his court. What's he going to do not only with this team, but with his career?
Well, whether you believe that or not, as a good general manager, that's what you should say. You could be full of crap. You could be LeBron James watching Godfather 1, 2, and 3.
so many different.
You could be LeBron James reading the autobiography of Malcolm X lying when you say it.
Same thing's going on today.
But you can that's what I would say. That's what I would say. Enforce a GM who may have any interest. And the honest to God belief, I don't think anyone does. I don't think, because they haven't seen it from him for a sustained period of time. Who benefits? Like, name one team right now that benefits from the addition of what we know right now as Marvin Bagley. Not what Marvin Bagley might be. Not what Marvin Bagley could be. Not the potential of Marvin Bagley, but what Marvin Bagley is right now, this second. Who benefits from that?
Nobody. Like, hey, and I would tell you like this, and I continue to say it. I wouldn't rule out keeping him here. What you gonna do? Not play good? You know what I'm saying? What you gonna do? If we got club control, and I hate to sound like this because I don't want it to sound like nothing else, but we got club control over your country. That's the benefit of this CBA. We have 6-7 years to figure out.
Kenny Caraway, owners guy, who saw that coming? Look at that, Kenny Caraway in the pockets of the owners. Damn shame. It's a damn shame. That's where we are in society, folks. Kenny Caraway's in the pocket of the Board of Governors for the National Basketball Association. You heard it here first.
Don't call me Chris Paul.
Hey, that's way over the line. Way over the line.
Here we go. Money talk.
That's terrible. It's time for the Summer of Cash contest. Here's your chance to win $1,000 by texting the code word VIVID.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
To 72881. That's vivid. As in, this is at least the fourth time vivid has been the key word.
Just glad you used that sentence.
We've got curated radio stations that we just don't know what to do with over on the Odyssey app. But damn it, when it comes to getting out keywords, we run out of them. Text vivid to 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive.
Hey, man, but look, I
I know what sentence some of y'all were trying to bait me into, by the way. I ain't doing it. I know what y'all doing. Y'all should be ashamed of yourself. You too. I know what you were doing.
Hey, I'm just glad you're a pro and you did what you did. That's all it is.
In your Chris Paul remark.
Well, shout out to Chris Paul. That's my guy. What a game from him in game 1. We'll talk about that later. But hey, look, if I was the camp, like this is what we're gonna do. I mean, essentially, we're used to life without you. You know what I'm saying?
For real.
Like, so if you say if you're not coming back from injury, we're fine. We're already prepared for that. You're either gonna get with it, and not only even if you don't want to be here, there's one real way to get out of here. Play better.
Mm-hmm.
Play better. Raise your value, and then if you still don't want to be here, we can move on. But like, what you gonna do? Not play good, not show up, diminish your value even more, diminish your reputation even more than it already is?
I mean, you could do that without trying. You could do that without intentionally doing it. We've seen it, and nobody's rooting for that.
Best thing I saw today, and I should have tagged the whole team Bagley in this. Commit.
Well,
commit.
Of all of the people that Marvin Bagley might listen to, he might listen to the head coach of the Duke women's basketball program. He also in that speech is I've been privileged to see the entire 7-minute version of that speech. She also talks about conflict and how conflict is inevitable. And it's how you deal with conflict that's going to shape what you're doing moving forward. Maybe I should cut that part out of the speech and tag the Bagley crew in it.
They talk about brotherhood and being able to call up anybody at Duke. Call her up, talk to her.
Hell, she can I'll call her and have them call her or call them. They
don't get it.
No,
they don't get it. That's what you got. That's what I got. They don't get it.
It's Wednesday. You know what that means?
Let's go, baby.
Mock draft 3.0.
Your new Sacramento King. Let's go.
We've got that coming up. Plus, we want to alleviate some fears that may have emerged from a social media clip that went out on ESPN 1320's account yesterday. Was doing a little reading this morning, and I believe we can shut down a conversation that took place yesterday. We've got that coming up. Oh, and best believe.
And it will sting, and he didn't look too good.
Oh, yeah.
Hulkamania!
Oh, it's on the way here as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Already in here sweating. Hang on.
Justin's a fool.
I get concerned about Justin. Justin wants to be the guy who becomes famous through a viral video. I think Justin had, what was it? I think Justin's watching. Justin, what was that video? Like, he had a video go viral, and I feel like he's been out of control since then. It was a pretty funny one, though, that he did. Oh, yeah. I posted the Who's the Third Man episode of Relive on the D'Lo and Casey podcast stream. So if you haven't seen it yet, or if you haven't listened to it yet, it's the only podcast I've ever done, whether it's podcast or radio work, that I can go back and listen to myself because I really want to hear how it came out. And it
was a damn good one.
I love that podcast. I really like that podcast. So go take a listen. So if you're not a subscriber to the D'Lo and Casey podcast and you're a wrestling fan, go check out the Who's the Third Man episode of Relive.
Damn good.
I can just imagine Danny in San Francisco. We're going to get fined $4 million for that podcast.
Cole, look, man, it's complicated, okay? Let's just say I drive one from time to time, all right? Let's just say that.
Hey, Cole. That's facts. Yeah. Cole, it's not complicated.
It's complicated.
It's not complicated.
Look, I ain't a fronter. I'm just gonna say I drive one from time to time.
It's not complicated. Just leaving a nice little brunch with our people and go to getting my little modest gas efficient car. And yo, who's backed in next to me? Oh, excuse me, Mr. Self-esteem damager.
Hey man, I'm just trying to get home.
Oh, not everybody saw Cole's message? Oh, that's right. He on Twitch. I'm sorry, John Bull. Not everybody saw Cole's message. That's my bad. Hey, man, we here for the people. We here for the people. It's the people's. It's the. Hey, man. KC, hey, don't leave KC alone. He's just trying to get from point A to point B.
That's all I'm trying to do. How am I going to get there?
He got that big compound just so he can have a place to lay his head. That's all it is, man. Keep a roof over his family's head. That's all.
I'm just trying to feed my family.
That's it, man. That's it, Latrell. He got a club. He got a
season tickets. Seat licensing is on sale. You can DM me at IMKDiddy. Is going to be 5 racks for seat licensing for the Spike Lee seats.
Man, Kyle, I can't lie, dude. I've been wondering. I've been wondering. I feel like I negotiated my contract poorly.
No, man. I just be here. Just be here, and then I'll be working with the kids, man. That's all I got, man. That's all I got.
That's real talk, Terrence. He built different. He built different than the rest of us. He built different than the rest of us.
Oh man, I forgot about the off-white fives, man. I forgot.
I didn't. I
gotta go somewhere where I can wear those.
Right. That's why Oh, now I went on the sneakers app. Great.
Yeah, man. I can confirm, by the way. I can confirm. You got them.
Yeah, I've got
I can confirm.
Like I said, as soon as I peel that Nike box back, I'm gonna feel differently. But right now, it's like
I know what I am gonna be going to the ends of the earth for is that's them band ones, patent leathers.
Wait, which ones?
They're coming out with the band, the black and red, the bread ones.
Oh, yeah.
Gonna have to try everything I can.
Yes, indeed. And if you're looking for sports betting content all day long, the BetQL network is now available nationwide on that same Odyssey mobile app and website. Over 10,000 home and auto-connected devices and at betqlnetwork.com. This is wagertainment for every fan. Morning, afternoon, and night betting angles throughout the day. Insights from local and national experts. Entertaining content to keep both casual and hardcore bettors engaged. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. BetQL Network streaming now on Odyssey. Make sure you download the Odyssey app. Another opportunity for you to win $1,000 coming up 10 minutes past the 2 o'clock hour. James Ham set to join us coming up at 3:20 as well to alleviate some concerns that many people have. I feel like Kevin Love has been the source of so many problems I've had here on D'Lo and Casey. Back on the Twitch and YouTube exclusive lottery show, I made mention like, hey, have we ever discussed the possibility of acquiring Kevin Love? I was quickly and unanimously eviscerated for it.
That was cold, man. That was cold. Y'all was wilding, man.
Like murdered by everybody. Like it was so bad. Like a court couldn't even charge anyone for my murder because there were so many people firing bullets at me. And of course, Kenny brings it up, and it's like, oh, let's think about it. Like, let's talk about it. I bring it up, and it's death. Of course, I also.
Well, they didn't think about it.
They didn't think about it yesterday. No. They didn't think about it at all yesterday. But we can alleviate concerns that anyone might have of the Sacramento Kings actually attempting to acquire Kevin Love, not to be confused with Gordon Hayward. Not that that would ever happen. Nah. I saw some reports this morning that the Warriors have been flirting with the idea of adding Kevin Love to their roster for years, and that courting him might turn into a full court press this month. Is that through trade? As Stone Cold Steve Austin would say. Kevin Love and the Cleveland Cavaliers are expected, at least according to multiple league sources, to negotiate a buyout here in the coming weeks, which would give Kevin Love the opportunity to sign with Golden State or
Brooklyn.
perhaps, as I also read, Brooklyn.
I didn't read that. I was literally just
The 32-year-old Cavs star might be coming off his worst statistical season, but he's going to be a big name on the trading block this summer or even on the buyout market. If Love is bought out, he figures to be a prime target of the Brooklyn Nets.
Come on, man. Look, so y'all think I might have stepped on Damian like doing it? No, I was like just being a little smart ass. I was like, with the Brooklyn Nets. I hadn't read the article. No,
Brooklyn
it's
Nets.
really the Brooklyn Nets.
The Cavs would trade Love if they could, but the 2 years and $60 million he has left on his contract is just too much for another team to take on based on what they've seen from him over the past 3 seasons. So there you have it. Kevin Love will not be coming to Sacramento. Neither will Gordon Hayward. Not that those two things are related at all.
Possibly a missed opportunity for the Kings. I don't know.
No, everybody knows. Like, no.
All right.
No, it's not a missed opportunity.
Okay.
He's not the leader that we're looking for. He ain't it.
No, he ain't
not
the leader, but he may be the talent.
I don't think he's the talent. He's a nice piece. Nice addition. It's like an accent table. He's not the sofa.
So that's a very good analogy.
It's really dumb, but
No,
furniture.
'cause
I've
the
been
sofa
buying
changes
furniture
the
lately,
game.
so I'm thinking about
I get you. The sofa does change the game.
See, like, or even like, because you could probably make an argument that De'Aaron Fox is the sofa, right?
Yes.
We need a nice accent. We need a rug. You need a rug to go over that nice laminate floor that the Caraway compound has. We need something right there to just really make everything pop. The rug
is a game changer.
It ties everything together, right?
Yeah.
That's what the Sacramento Kings are looking for. They're looking for the area rug.
We need a rug.
Kevin Love ain't even an accent table. He's the little knick-knack on the accent table.
Wow.
That's not a knock.
He might be an accent table.
He's not an accent table. No.
Jeez.
He's not an accent table.
Aceberg feels the same way as you do. He's a Brooklyn Nets fan, and he says he needs to stay his ass in Cleveland. We don't want him.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, I guess Aceberg speaking for the Brooklyn Nets. I mean, if you're getting him, let me ask a question, though. If you're getting him for $5, does it matter?
It should.
Which is essentially what you would be doing. He'll give up a certain, what did we say? We just said the number a minute ago. 60. I mean,
it might be
a
30.
stretch to say he gives up half of it, but say he gives up half. He's not looking to sign a contract worth $30 million. He's looking to get on a team that's going to contend. He's got the taste of being on a bad Cleveland Cavaliers team for the last however many years it's been. He wants to get on a good squad
and contributing to that.
This is true. This is Cap. I'm calling
Raptors.
I'm calling Cap Josue. He says Kevin Love is an ottoman. An ottoman is a very important piece of the living room, and Kevin Love is not that.
I think I'm a pretty good speller. I don't know. I wouldn't have spelled it that way. Is that the correct way to spell ottoman?
I believe so.
Yeah. Shout out to Josue. Because I mean, I'm a good speller. I believe I'm a good speller. I've never seen ottoman
Confirmed.
spelled.
That's how you spell it.
Yeah.
Ottomans are important.
Phenomenal knowledge.
Ottomans and area rugs. Very important.
Yeah. I have a not an ottoman. I got a what's the
Come
thing
on,
where
man.
the wait a minute.
Darren said Kevin Love is that extra couch no one sits on. That's terrible.
If Marvin Bagley was a couch, will we have to keep the plastic on
yes.
Marvin Bagley?
He's the couch. He's the couch at grandma's house where you sit down. You can't sit on it in the summer because you like stick to it. You get hella sweaty and sticky. You can't. You're just stuck to it. That's Marvin.
Man.
It's got a floral pattern on it too.
Yeah, right. I always think of Boys in the Hood.
Plastic and a floral pattern.
Yeah. The Warriors, the interesting thing about that going after Kevin Love, I know you know the whole story. Joe Lacob is so damn smart. He's so smart. All right. You know, he wanted Kevin Love really bad, right? You've heard that. That's not even.
Yeah.
And he was ready and willing to trade Klay Thompson for Kevin Love.
I remember this. I
And
remember
Jerry
this
West
well.
says, if you do this, I'm walking out the door.
I remember this well. But let's be fair. This was a different Kevin Love, though.
Yeah, that would have been stupid. I'm with Jerry West. At the time, I remember I was working in some office in downtown LA when I was hearing these rumors. They would be idiots to trade Klay Thompson for Kevin Love.
Was it a movie studio that you were working at?
No.
Is that where all this?
Ironically, a little known fact about
My
me.
office that I was working at in downtown LA. I
used to work at a PWC building, which is the building that they show every time as Joan's office and Girlfriends, like the building that she worked at. It's the PWC building.
It's for a very limited audience, but I appreciate the fact that I'm a part of that very limited audience.
So every time they'd be like, din, 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 and they'd show that building, that's the building I worked in.
I like it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the most nowadays, because they built it up, you can't even really see that building anymore. So it used to be like one of the more noticeable buildings. They built up downtown LA so much, it's hidden now pretty much.
Jesse jumps into the chat and says, send Kevin Love to Boston. It just brings yesterday's show. It makes yesterday's show make a lot more sense. I'm with it.
Good one.
I'm with it. These furniture analogies are getting a bit out of control as Kevin Love is a fireplace in July. That's according to our people redacted over there on youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Peyton chimes in and says Marvin is the garage refrigerator. That's cap. Because
Josue says, hey, a garage refrigerator is very useful. And I agree 100%.
How many refrigerators do you have? Wow.
I only have 2.
Wow.
Okay,
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Oh, no. Yeah. Well,
that's a lie. Okay.
I got 3.
All right. Thank you.
The other one's just a little wine fridge.
It's a fridge, though. It is in the refrigerator family. What did you do, by the way, at that downtown LA office?
I worked for this this school district. No, I wasn't Ghost. I worked for this. How do you say it? It's like a
because the chat's been speculating that you live a life that none of us know about. That Kenny Caraway is just a persona here on the radio, and I worked
for a place called Alliance School District. It's like a charter school district. That's what it was. Yeah, I
got to be honest. I don't believe you.
They used to send me to Pasadena to go to this place called Porto's. You ever had Porto's before? Porto's Bakery? Oh, man, it's so bomb, by the way. I feel like they have one up north. They have one in the Bay Area, I think. Porto's. I don't even like cakes and bakeries like that. Porto's is fire. But I used to work in downtown LA, and they used to send me all the way to Pasadena to go to Porto's to get a cake for the monthly birthday celebration. I was low on the totem pole, probably the lowest.
Yeah, I'm calling cap. I don't believe you. I don't believe you at all.
You know what? And now I think, we got to figure out a way to get some Portos to you. Portos is bomb.
I got to close. We're about 3 seconds from closing the chat because Jay says Bagley is that one light switch that you can't figure out what it's for. Sadly, I got like 7 of those in my house. I just like flick them up and down and wait for something to happen, and it never does. Marvin Bagley is the leather recliner that doesn't recline anymore. That's Jesus. According to Brian.
Come on, man.
It's weird to see Brian Cruz over on youtube.com/ESPN1320. Right, like he's dictating his frustration towards Marvin and not Buddy. It's a Richard B jumping in here with a rare appearance, says Marv is the Brooklyn set of blinds.
Yo, the string that's broken on the blinds is the most frustrating thing ever.
I say if you go cordless and you have the wand and the wand breaks and you can't figure out how to connect it back and your blinds are stuck either open or closed. Disaster. Wow. Disaster.
Well, that's rich people problems. I still have a cord. I'm still doing it like a stage curtain. So I'm doing it. I'm not balling out of control, Damien. I don't know those.
Do you want to go over some of the things that we were talking about here during the commercial break before because look, even your man's Aceberg jump in here and say, yeah, I think Kenny's making this stuff up. Kenny I really think Kenny is Ghost.
Nah, I'm telling you, I was
James
at Alliance.
Fitzpatrick.
I was at Alliance charter school district. I was the lowest man on the totem pole. I was working in downtown LA. It was a lot of fun. I like downtown LA. Then sometimes I would go to Volcanoes for happy hour. It's a great spot.
Okay, this I promise this is the last one. Marvin Bagley is the broken car on the front lawn, but only you see all the potential in it. Everyone else wants you to get rid of it.
Well, look, John, as much as we go back and forth and Grayson Allen and all this stuff, I still want to salvage Marvin Bagley. I do.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, let me rephrase that. I would love for the Kings to salvage this relationship as well, but salvage means that it's going to work and it's going to work out for all parties. I think we all want that to happen.
Mm-hmm.
But the question is, do you think it can happen?
That's the question. And
we all want Marvin Bagley to play well. Every Kings fan should want Marvin Bagley to play well and succeed. I just think so many of us are at the point where it's like, I don't think that he can anymore.
Jazz checks in and channels are in their Flintstones. Gazoo. Dum. Talking about me trying to salvage it with Marvin. Look, the problem is when Monty or anybody goes to talk to Bagley or anybody at Team Bagley, it's going to be talking to a brick wall. That's going to be the problem.
Right. Yeah.
They don't, you're wasting your time. It seems like they're not in touch with reality, and they're not here to do anything but place the blame on what hasn't gone right in Marvin's career so far on everybody else but him. That's the problem. You're not talking to, I don't think you're talking to anybody reasonable from what I've seen so far, from everybody that's popped up from Team Bagley, from Big Marv to Uncle Bagley to Earl to Alexis.
Yeah.
It's like talking to a brick wall. These people are Drake mixtape, so far gone.
Solid reference.
Thank you.
It's well done. Well, let's find a member. Let's find a future member of the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
Every Wednesday, we get the latest edition of Kenny Caraway's mock draft 3.0, as the 2021 NBA draft is coming up on July 20th.
We're halfway home.
We almost there, but did you catch any, like Adam Silver was talking about yesterday, how we got it, and there's a lot we could talk about with what Adam Silver said yesterday.
Yeah, I want to talk about it because Adam was talking.
He was, but he also mentioned the 82 game season, and he also mentioned that the logistics behind it aren't all completely like nailed down, right? Which brings us back to something we were talking about yesterday. Why the hell did the Los Angeles Lakers release their preseason schedule on the day of game 1 of the NBA Finals? Because you would think the preseason schedule can't be locked in unless the start of the regular season is locked in. The Lakers were just thirsty yesterday.
Thirsty. Now, okay, I guess the opening day is not locked in, but they do have a bunch of dates, right? I remember Shams reported that they had a bunch. Maybe opening night was locked in, or it was announced. Maybe it's not locked in. Maybe
he just didn't announce the specifics. Maybe they're there, and he just didn't announce them. I would have loved for someone to ask him, "Hey, what do you think about the Lakers releasing their preseason?" The only team in the entire league that thought, "Hey, let's put the attention on us."
I was about to say that. You're right, though. They was thirsty as hell. They was thirsty. So I need some of this action.
Well, I need some of this Kenny Caraway mock draft 3.0 action. What do we got here?
Well,
okay.
You know, when I do these mock drafts, I try to stay true to form, right?
Okay.
And, you know, some of these people, they do mock drafts and they switch it up and they just kind of throw things up there. At least that's how I feel. Just for the sake of change and stuff.
Sure.
I ain't going to do that. This mock draft 3.0 has pretty much the same order as 2.0. I made one change after doing some research and listening to some stuff, going over some stuff. One change. Got Kate Cunningham at number 1.
Okay.
Jalen Green at number 2 going to the Rockets. Number 3, still Evan Mobley to the Cavs. Number 4, Jalen Suggs to the Toronto Raptors. Number 5, the big change one of the big changes last week was Scotty Barnes is now in that top 5, going to the Orlando Magic at 5. Jonathan Kuminga going to the Thunder at 6. And here's the change.
Okay.
At 7, the Golden State Warriors take shooting guard out of UConn, James Bouknight.
Okay.
Goes to Golden State. Still got Franz Wagner at 8 to Orlando. I still have number 9, Moses Moody to the Sacramento Kings. Number 10, Keon Johnson to the Pelicans. Davion Mitchell has fallen out of the top 10 in my mock draft.
How come?
I just think I think those teams after the Kings, well, the one team, I don't think Pelicans would get Davion. I don't see Orlando getting him with Cole Anthony already there. So that's why I think those two would say. I feel the same way that I felt about the Kings. I don't think they would choose a first-round pick on a guy like Davion Mitchell, who clearly is probably going to be, at best, like if you're hoping everything, you got 2 untouchables, that's your point guard and your shooting guard. At best, you probably have Davion as your backup point guard. I don't think you spend a number 9 pick on that. So I think basically him and James Bouknight switch spots. Like if I went to 11 or 12, I probably have James Bouknight around there in last week, and I would have had Davion at 7. Well, I just flipped that around. Bouknight, who's been surging up a lot of draft boards. A lot of people that I talk to really like him. I really like him. Remember, a long time ago, that was one of the guys that I really wanted to keep my eye on. And I think the Warriors are looking at the possibility of having a guy like Bouknight, or maybe if they're trading the pick, somebody would want a guy like James Bouknight, and go with him at 7 and Davion now at around 11, 12 range.
I think this has long been discussed amongst you and I, and amongst guys like Bryant West of the Kings Herald, James Ham, of course, of NBC Sports. He's going to join us coming up at 3:20. Top 4 is like certified. Top 5 is really, really good, though. Is there a chance? Do you think that there's any chance Scotty Barnes, and it seems like Scotty Barnes seems to regularly be in that 5 position in a lot of mock drafts. He's in the number 5 position in your last 2 mock drafts. Might even be your last 3 if I go back and look, but I know definitely your last 2.
He started off at 6 and 5 the last 2 weeks.
So what I'm going to ask is, can he move it up again? Can he get into that certified top 4, or is it like the top 4 are set? Scotty's likely to go 5. It's something to watch, but he's likely to go 5. But the top 4 are set with Mobley, Green, of course, Cade Cunningham, and Jalen Suggs.
Yeah, I think the top 5 are set. And before it kind of,
so you think all 5 are set? You like Scotty's
top 4 are set. I think top 4, that ain't changing. There may be some shuffling. It seemed like maybe I was out in front of it a little bit when I said Jalen Green last week at 2. Now I continue to hear more movement and more momentum for Green to, like, it's getting to the point where I kind of be surprised if he wasn't 2. And I think at that point, Evan Mobley's going 3, Jalen Suggs going 4. So I think that is pretty locked in. But Barnes, I don't see him getting up into 4, but now I'm starting to see a number of different things. I'm starting to see him slide down a little bit. I saw one where he slid down to 9 to the Kings. I've seen him as high as 5. I've seen him at 6 or 7 or something like that.
How many games has Florida State played over this process that he seems to be sliding in the draft?
That would be none.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm saying, Damian. Like the mock for me, it's not going to be that drastic. Because this is what I feel. This is where I feel these kids should go. They should be slotted. And there's certain stuff. Like I said, when the criteria that I use is what I would do, what I think the team would do, And with some of these, you know, because I'm not going to sneeze on some of these guys who are connected and at the combine and talking to these teams. I factor in, you know, some of the things they report on what they're seeing and who teams like or whatever the case may be. It's not the end all be all, but it's a combination of those three. And, you know, I feel like Jalen Johnson, who I started off with for the Kings, I feel like he's slid down simply because Moses Moody is there. If Moses Moody is there at 9, I'd be shocked if the Kings passed on him. I would be shocked if he's there.
Here's a potential another shock. This from our dear friend Joe Adge, who just tagged us in a tweet that shows Marvin currently working out in Los Angeles with some of the other members of the Sacramento Kings. Any thoughts on this, Kenny Caraway? This latest development, this just in. Marvin Bagley working out with other members of the Sacramento Kings in Los Angeles. Kenny, your thoughts?
He's Sacramento King. I told you, I've been said I keep him as a
That's where
Sacramento
he
King.
should be working out. Yeah.
He with the Kings. He with his team. Maybe he listened to Coach Lawson.
Maybe he did.
She said you got to be around each other.
So I'm telling you, he was big on that hire. I know that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Kara can get through to him. Maybe after all of this, a former Sacramento Monarch is the key to turning things around for Marvin Bagley in a Sacramento Kings uniform.
Bring back the Monarchs.
Please do.
But
Please,
look,
please.
hey, in all seriousness, Damon, you've heard me rant on Marvin a couple different times.
Rant's played, but I get it. Go ahead.
It is funny.
Old people rant.
I'm still not ready to press the button on moving on from him. Earl Ramsey, Alexis, Team Bagley, all this other stuff. Still not ready to say, get him out of here.
We should go. We should go Sopranos here. We should go Godfather. We get a meeting, just a big sit down meeting at the Caraway compound.
Yeah,
and you could work on free throws in the
Oh
back
my
with them.
gosh.
And
Then we didn't even talk about it. DeAndre Ayton out here going 6 for 6. Marvin, we're praying for 56%. Don't even get me started.
Okay, I'm sorry I brought it up. We'll step out. We'll come back and we'll talk villains. Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Yeah.
We'll talk villains. We'll talk more about the NBA Finals as well. We'll talk more about the Kings. We'll talk about pretty much whatever you want us to talk about. Jump in on the conversation, 916-349-1320, or hang out on Twitch, YouTube, the Odyssey app, or here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I just figured out they made cordless blinds the other day. That's a great line. They actually have power blinds now that I'd love to get my hands on some.
That would be awesome. What I'm trying to get, though, I'm just taking it slow. We want the little shutter type thing where you got the line in there and you just up and down.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be great. That's expensive.
That's hilarious. Jesse thought he had blinds that did nothing. Like they were just there. Of course, Manny. I got a custom blinds guy. I believe you.
Man,
Manny's connected,
bro. That's my guy.
Oh, I'm with it. Hold on, where was that? If y'all don't just get some blackout curtains, I got some in front of me.
Them things,
This room would be bright as hell if I took them blackouts that I have in front of me.
them joints that they be having in them Vegas hotels. Oh man, you don't know what time of the day it is when them curtains are closed.
Yeah, that's why I need
Blackout.
automatic blackout blinds. I just want to be. I just want to say, hey Siri, open up the blinds. Or I want to be that thing where it's like, hey Siri, good morning, and like all the blinds open. That's what I want. I can't have it, but that's what I want.
Soon. You ain't gotta wait long.
I don't think that's accurate.
No, I don't think you gotta wait long. It's coming. You just changing locations and boom, you'll have it. Oh, this is interesting news and probably the right decision.
Okay.
Lil Bagley withdrawing from the NBA draft.
Okay.
That's a good move for him. Go back, go to college, get his value up a little bit, for this next draft. And now that he's going to be able to make a couple of dollars, and why not?
Just announced Friday Night SmackDown returns with your favorite WWE superstars to Madison Square Garden.
Oh boy, they're at the Garden. They're at the
Friday,
Mecca.
September 10th. I think they go on the road.
They start like next week or something.
I
or
think
2 weeks
so.
from now.
Yeah. Not the next set, but the set after that.
Wow.
No. Really? Huh.
That's crazy. I saw what's her name came back. Selena Vega.
I don't remember who that is.
Yeah, she got they let her go because she was like making money off her Instagram account or something like that.
Oh,
And
okay.
she was like, no, I'm not giving it up. So they fired her.
Okay.
But she's back.
Okay. Interesting.
And hopefully, who was that? Jimmy Uso gets the help he needs.
Jesus, man, that brother needs some help.
Jeez.
Friday Night SmackDown is heading to the Rolling Loud Miami 2021 Music Festival.
Yo,
It's in a couple weeks, July 23rd.
that's crazy.
Wow. I bet Sean Cunningham is hyped, man. That dude is a music festival junkie.
I saw Sean last night, man, getting that TV time. I see him.
Mm-hmm.
I see Sean.
Shoot, they did one of the last ones standing. I forgot brother's name. I don't see him as often.
John?
Is that what it is? I don't see him as much. Just to tie in something we were talking about during the commercial break, we've got another opportunity for you to win $1,000 coming up 10 minutes past the hour. James Ham set to join us coming up here at 3:10 for our extended conversation as we pontificate with James Ham. Marcus Bagley not entering the NBA draft in a couple of weeks. He's gonna return to school and continue to do his thing there.
That's a good move for Marcus, man. He was projected to go like in the second round in a lot of these, in pretty much all mocks that I've seen. I think he's a good ball player, and this is a good move, man. Go back to school, get your value up, in next year's draft. Now that, you can make a couple of dollars, why not? Why not go back to school and increase your value and work on your game? So wish him the best down there in Tempe, Arizona.
Marcus post, after talking to my family, I've decided to withdraw from the NBA draft and return to college while remaining in the transfer portal. I want to continue working on different parts of my game and improve my draft stock for next year's draft. I'm looking forward to returning to college and having a big season. Am I misunderstanding something here? Is he not going back?
Yeah, I just heard that. In the
okay,
portal.
then.
Yeah.
All right, then. He's in the transfer portal.
Sorry, Ramsey.
I wonder where he's going to wind up. Interesting. All right. Well, good luck to Marcus here moving forward. On this day, 25 years ago, we love doing on this dates. They're always fun, but perhaps none more enjoyable than this one.
Hulkamania! Hulk Hogan is here! Hulk Hogan's here!
Arguably,
Hogan is in the building! You're damn right he is!
The-
Go get him, Hulkster! Yeah, but whose side is he on? What are you talking about?
What?
Whose side is he on? What are you talking about? Yes, sir! Get him, Hogan!
the
Go
second
get him, baby!
most important moment in wrestling
Come on and
history.
get some of this now! Who's bad now, boys? Hulk Hogan arrived.
Interestingly,
What is he doing? God! Is he the third man? He's the third man. What the hell is going on has betrayed WCW.
There's-
He is the third man. Look at this picture. Oh my God. What the hell is going on?
I can't lie. I've known for a few days that today was the 25th anniversary of Hulk Hogan's heel turn, and I watched that this morning. Like I didn't watch the whole build to it, but there's a, I listened to the build up as Hall and Nash walked to the ring, and they were talking about the third man. Why isn't the third man out there? Yeah. Mean Gene walks in there. Where's the third guy? And the announcers are upset. Let's get our three guys out there and just kick their butt. And they do the whole match. And I kind of skipped through that to the part where Hogan comes out, and I watched Hogan's promo. There's a couple of things that I note in that video that I absolutely love. One, there's a moment when Hogan gets in the ring and he's walking towards Savage, and it's right before the camera cuts to Kevin Nash, and you can see Hogan's face, and he realizes the gravity of the moment that he's in right now. And then he does the thing where he drops the leg on Randy Savage, and then he gets up, and you see it. You're like, okay, he heard the reaction. He's in now. Like he just turned into Hollywood Hogan. And they go through the whole thing. They're raising each other's hands, and Mean Gene walks in there, and it's Hulk Hogan's finest work. It's just if wrestling, if this wrestling event, if this moment in wrestling was a movie, it'd be The Godfather, because the story is just flawlessly told.
Yeah.
And he grabs, Mean Gene puts the microphone in here, and you wondering, like, where is Hulk Hogan? And the first thing he says, the first thing you ought to do, Mean Gene, is tell these people to shut up if you want to hear what Hulk Hogan has to say. And the crowd, they start throwing trash. Yeah. And it's like, yo, that just happened. Like, this is happening. And it's one of the handful of moments, all of them include Hulk Hogan. That's one of the handful of moments that I remember exactly where I was, what I was doing, and how I felt in that moment.
It's crazy because at that time, I'm not always brand loyal. I think the most thing I'm brand loyal to right now is, I love my Nike.
Jordan brand.
Yeah. Oh, Jordan
Nike, same thing.
Yeah, I love that. But other than that, I'm okay. I'll go get me a shirt from Target, and I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
But at that time, I was very brand loyal to WWF. Okay. I was like, I ain't watching no WCW. I'm definitely not getting their pay-per-views. No. So I didn't watch this live. I heard about it later that night from my cousin, who was like, I'm watching this. I'm going to see what's going on. He's like, Hogan is part of the NWO. I said, so what? I might have to go back and watch this thing. They had me. They had me, right?
Well, it was a great story leading into that started at the end of May. Like, it started at the end of May. It carried all through June and into July. And the long-term storytelling was just beautiful. And I mean, there's so many things to pick apart there, but it was great, great storytelling. And one of the real funny things to me is the two, you could argue, well, Hulk Hogan is part of the two most important moments in wrestling history. The birth of Hulkamania and sending in 1985 or 84 and sending wrestling into to what it is now. And this moment. But do you know what happened 2 weeks prior to this?
No. Was that Alundra Blaze?
No. 2 weeks prior to Hogan turning heel was you sit there and thump your Bible talking about Psalms, talking about John 3:16. Austin 3:16 says, I just whipped your ass. That happened in a span of 14 days. The birth of Austin 3:16 and what we now know as Stone Cold Steve Austin to Hulk Hogan turning heel and the formation of the NWO happened in a 14-day period.
That's crazy. The game changed forever in 2 weeks.
It's wild. That's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane.
I mean, so when you said you said Hogan's involved in both of them. I mean, is Austin 3:16 bigger than the birth of Hulkamania?
Not even close.
Not even close. Because this is why I'll say it. This is why I'll say it. If it wasn't for Austin, Is there an argument to be made that WWE would have gone out of business?
Yes. Yes.
If it
I'd
wasn't
also-
for him,
if-
and that was organic. That was not like, okay, we've got a plan for you. Like it just
But
happened.
if it wasn't for Hulkamania, there would have been no WWE. There would have been no Austin.
Yeah, I get
They
that.
would have been a New York, Pennsylvania based company, and we would have been stuck watching, whatever on WTBS, or, there would be no superstars of wrestling. None of that stuff would happen without Hulk Hogan. The expansion of the WWE, what Vince McMahon did in 1984 and 85 went hand in hand with Hulk Hogan. They needed that superhero action figure guy, and Hulk Hogan was it.
So, okay, I'll take that. Now,
Hulk Hogan is still to this day the most important wrestling figure on the planet.
now, can you say Austin 316 was bigger than Hogan being the third man? WCW wasn't going to go out of business if it wasn't Hogan.
I'd argue no.
Mm.
I'd say the NWO was more important for like when Austin said it, when Austin said Austin 316, people, we didn't know what it was. It was like, oh, okay, it was cool. Like, all right, this guy got an edge. Like, I like it. We didn't know what it was, right? But with Hogan, we knew this was train, say your prayers, eat your vitamins. It was 12 years of the same thing. It was 12 years of the same story. It was 12 years. He says it in the promo. It's why it's his finest work. For 2 years, I held, and he's talking about his time in WCW, but the greatest villains, whether you're watching a movie or wrestling or a villain in sports, the greatest villains, it's like Draymond Green. The greatest villain believes what they're doing is right. The greatest villain believes that you, the good guy, are wrong. Me, I'm right. And Hogan stands up there, and you could tell he's letting out decades of frustration. For 2 years, I held my head up high. I did everything for the charities. I did everything for the kids. I did this. I did that. And the reception I got, you fans can stick it. He believed everything he was saying.
Yeah.
And that was a moment that got national attention. And because it skyrocketed WCW, it forced, and this is the problem with wrestling, this is the problem with WWE now, it forced Vince McMahon to be more creative. It forced Vince McMahon, because Austin 316 was one thing and one guy. But he saw the response to that and thought, okay, it worked with Austin. Maybe we do this with Shawn. Maybe we do this with other guys. Maybe we change. Maybe we have no more Duke the Dumpsters and Doink the Clowns and Evil Dennis. Maybe we have no more of that. We have something else. Yeah. And WCW was more realistically based in reality, whereas WWF was more cartoonish.
Yeah.
When they decided to become more realistic, they did it better. Yeah. And then they skyrocketed, ultimately put those guys out of business. And that was that. But there is no more important figure to professional wrestling than Hulk Hogan. None. Not Austin, not Rock.
Now I remember a conversation with, and I agree with you. I mean, he's the reason, right? He's the reason we're even having this discussion right now. Now we talked the other day, and I think it was after the biography for Austin, and it kind of hit me like a ton of bricks. I was like, Austin might be the best to ever do it. He might, as far as like the character, the phenomenon that was one man, not a group, just one man.
So
the glass breaking. I think he might be the best.
The weird thing about Austin, and it's the truth with Rock, is it was a span from like murmurs in 1996, getting really warm in 1997 to getting scorching hot in 1998. And then it was all over like 4 years later.
Yeah.
It's like 6 years, 5-6 years. It was over for Austin and Rock. They were parallel. It was over.
Yeah.
But for Hogan, it ran from 1984 to 2000. He shows back up in the WWE a couple of years later, has a 2-3 year one or whatever. We're talking multiple decades for Hogan where he's the most recognizable. You use this barometer with ball players, I think, in Cheryl from Elk Grove. Does Cheryl from Elk Grove know who this person is? I always judge it. Does my grandma know who Hulk Hogan is?
Right.
Yep. Does she know who Stone Cold Steve Austin is? Nope. Hulk Hogan is the most pop culturally relevant professional wrestler in history. And that's taking The Rock out of the equation because Dwayne Johnson is now more culturally relevant than The Rock ever was. The Rock was a star, but now Dwayne Johnson has eclipsed the star that The Rock was by millions and millions of miles.
Yeah. Hollywood Hogan was amazing.
Oh, it was phenomenal. And that's
that was the dude right there.
Like, you need heels. Like, it's always good to have, and like Alex Rodriguez was a heel, like unintentionally, I think, but he just wound up being a bad guy. He had a great babyface turn when his career ended. Like, I think when his baseball career ended somehow, and I'm still not clear how this happened, he became a babyface. Like, he started doing,
good.
He started
good on the mic,
but it was that. But I think, Jennifer Lopez, I think, was a part of it. Like, they were a couple. They were like an it thing when they were together, and it's like, damn. And then it didn't hurt that Derek Jeter wound up becoming a crappy owner. So those two were always pitted against each other, and Derek Jeter was like the all-American babyface. He was the white meat babyface, as they say in wrestling.
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden, he became so bad at his job, he turned heel, and at the same time, oh, look at Alex Rodriguez and Jennifer Lopez. Oh, that's cool. Oh, okay. Oh, Alex Rodriguez is good. Oh, and now he's owning up to the steroid stuff, and now all of a sudden he's a baby face. You got to have villains. You got to have baby faces. We say all the time, if you look through life through the prism of professional wrestling, it all makes much more sense.
Everything is a work.
It absolutely, absolutely. I don't know where Marvin Bagley falls on the equations of heel or baby faces.
Marvin is they're not even really responding.
Marvin Bagley was a wrestler.
Marvin's not on the show yet. He's in dark matches.
Oh, he's wrestling the Brooklyn Brawler, trying to get his hip toss down. You know what other clip I came across today? I want to get to Poker Pro Eric, by the way, 916-349-1320. You know what other clip I saw today? Dennis Rodman's first match in W. And you talk about great heels. Oh my gosh. Dennis, not only in wrestling, but on the basketball floor, Dennis Rodman was a great heel. He knew how to work the crowd.
Yeah.
Like, he goes in there, he's in the ring for about 4 minutes, does nothing. But other than like ducks Lex Luger, moves out of the way, plays the total coward role, right?
Yeah.
Hip tosses Lex Luger, puts his hands up like that was easy, and the crowd goes nuts. Absolutely nuts.
Natural.
Oh, he's such a great heel. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320, KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. We've got your opportunity to win $1,000 coming up in about 6 minutes. Let's get to our man, Poker Pro Eric, here at 916-349-1320. Poker Pro, what's good, baby? A ton.
Huge.
A ton. It was Vince McMahon Sr., the Vince McMahon we know. It was his dad who told Hogan, don't do it. I don't want you to do this. And Hogan was like, I'm going to do it. And he was like, well, then you're not coming back here. Hogan said, fine. He goes to work. Vince, it's not Junior, but Vincent Kennedy McMahon, the one that we know, bought the company from his dad, wanted to take things over. He brought Hulk Hogan back, and part of it was because of the attention that he got for being Thunder Lips on Rocky 3. So yeah, there's a big part of it.
Yeah, it was because the thing, it wasn't really much of a risk to me because you already had Rocky and Rocky 2, which were massive successes. It wasn't like he was walking into an unknown project. You got that built-in national audience. I feel like I'm pretty similar to your age. I was a little before our time. I was a kid, I get a little baby. I feel like that was probably a big factor. And like you explained it perfectly too. Obviously, the Rock or Dwayne Johnson is the highest paid actor, but there's a huge percentage of the population that has no idea that he was even a wrestler or as big as he was. So Hulk would obviously play himself in a lot of movies like he did in Rocky, essentially, and that was cool. But I had to call because I really wanted to compliment you. I think the best segment I heard in months of listening to you guys was when you guys were doing a back and forth with Marvin Bagley and his handler, and the no cap, and that's facts. And I feel bad for you guys because if Marvin ever gets traded or leaves Sacramento, I mean, that's a lot of content.
That's real talk.
Marvin got us through these summer days.
So you got, I mean, I'm not in the chat. I'm working on the Poker Pro Eric bungalow.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm doing some handyman stuff and just listening on the Odyssey app. But when I'm in chat and there's a Marvin Bagley story, I mean, there's nothing like chat when there's a Marvin Bagley.
Oh, yeah.
It lights up, and it's like, I almost want Marvin Bagley and even draft Marcus Bagley next year. This Bagley content is never ending. So good job. I was laughing my butt off working in the house.
That's awesome, man.
We appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you for that.
He's 100% right about that. Marvin moves the needle in this city.
He's it's yes. You know what? I think the most important thing Poker Pro said there. Thank you, Marvin. Thank you, because it would have been hard to stretch 4 hours of game one talk added today's show without the half decent podcast falling into our lap yesterday afternoon.
Just a gift from above. But I'll also say
I would
this.
trade all of this content, by the way, to talk, game 17 and 10. Yeah, right. Exactly.
Yeah, we can do that.
You give me 17 and 10, you can keep all this nonsense. We'll find.
Yeah.
I'll talk 4 hours about Hulk Hogan's heel turn 25 years ago if it means Marvin is playing better and this team is getting to the playoffs.
But you know what? Listening to the Half Decent podcast, and they're like,
deceptively
I don't
named,
know.
by the way.
Right. I don't know if this is a secret or people don't realize it or whatever the case may be, but he was like, I put that tweet out and like within like 30 seconds, people were all over it. And, everything I do, I was like, yeah, that's how things go in Sacramento. Yeah. It is Kings. It is everything Kings first and foremost, more than anything. Take it behind the curtain. When we started this show, our great boss, Danny in San Francisco, was trying to say, all right, well, you got the Kings and we know it's a Kings town. And, when the season's done, then, go Giants and talk 49ers, and we will, but I don't know how people don't realize it is Kings 365 out here. Mm-hmm. If there's anything that happens with the Kings, that's first and foremost. And it seems like Marvin, for whatever reason, is crazy coming from Duke and all this other stuff, doesn't seem ready for that pressure cooker. It's a pressure cooker out here. He ain't not ready for it.
If he ain't ready for it here, man, where's he gonna land that he's gonna be in a more comfortable position when this stuff happens?
I mean, but see, this is my thing. I think there's certain places you can go and you can hide out, even locally. Like if you go to, just off the top of my head, if you go to Charlotte with the Hornets, like you can hide out. They got the Panthers. They got probably some type of college football going on. They got college basketball. They have the Hurricanes are there or whatever. Like you can hide out. Like you can do all this stuff, and they're still talking about Teddy Bridgewater or whoever's the quarterback there or something like that. You can't hide here in Sacramento. You can go to the Bay Area. You can play for the Warriors, and during football season, it'll be okay. Warriors, Niners. Even during the summer, you got Giants.
It's interesting for us sometimes. We're close with the crew at 95.7 The Game in San Francisco, and we're the same company, we're the same family, we're the same umbrella. And you and I were watching Game 1. We're tweeting about Game 1, and I'm checking Twitter, and those guys are tweeting about mid-season Giants baseball, and that's just the different makeup of the market. Mm-hmm. You baseball's more like it's cool. There are certainly Giants fans and there's certainly A's fans here, but refresh my memory, where in Sacramento do the Giants play, or the A's play, or the 49ers play, or the Raiders play? Like they don't like it is the Kings, and by proxy it's the NBA, because the NBA affects the Kings, and it's Charlotte's an interesting one, but we'll get back to that. Let's nope, that's not the button. What button do we want? Oh yeah, we want this button, Casey.
Here
Let's
comes
go, man.
the
Where we going? Hey!
Here comes the
It's time for the Summer of Cash contest. Here's your chance to win $1,000 by texting the code word GREAT to 72881. That's great, as in go 1 on 1 with the great one.
Yeah.
To 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive. Here is what perhaps might be an unpopular take. Many of The Rock's promos, yeah, they don't age well.
No.
You go back
Not
and you
at
watch
all.
them, and they're just kind of goofy. They're like, oh, you know, he makes
Like
all of
you-
these.
It's almost like you talk like this all the time.
Well,
you talk like this in every promo.
Remember the show? Remember, and I think they had a book. Remember Snap, where it was
Vaguely.
like they were. It was basically your mama jokes.
Yeah.
It was that type of thing. The Rock's promos feel like a series of your mama jokes.
Mhm.
That's it, and you watch them back, and you're like, ugh. Like I thought this
Yeah,
was good.
Yeah, the one I think I talked to you about this one where he first met the NWO, and I saw that and I was like, that was kind of whack.
Meh.
That was kind of whack.
Big Daddy Cool. Diesel. Now, what was the one I was thinking of? Booker T. You talk about a young Booker T in the back of the class. Do you know 2 + 2 Booker? And he goes, 2 + 2 Thomas Jefferson, sucker. And you're watching it back like, oh, Rock. Like, damn, there is like no substance to what The Rock is saying.
I after looking back and seeing some things, I'm convinced the best Rock was Nation Rock.
Mm-hmm.
Nation Rock still actually.
That's the
think that holds
gratitude I get from you pieces of crap. It was real. Like that version of The Rock felt real. And that's the important, like you've got to feel real. The Rock version that got popular just felt goofy.
Yeah.
Like in the moment, it was great. Like you couldn't tell me nothing. And I packed up this week, I packed up an embarrassing amount of Rock merchandise, some of which is getting dropped off at the Caraway compound tomorrow. But I packed up, again, I'm giving it to somebody who is much more age appropriate for it. But I've had this stuff for years. It's like, wow, I got a Rock book, a Rock card, a Rock action figure, a Rock this. And people knew I love The Rock. So like gifts from people, like coworkers, they just knew, get him something with The Rock on it and he'll be happy. It was really embarrassing packing this box. It's like, yeah, just label this one garage leaf packed.
It's The Rock, though. It's The Rock. It's wrestling. You would be amazed at some of the stuff I still have around.
We'll come. Yes, what I heard. We'll come back. We'll talk more about Marvin Bagley, about the Kings. We'll dive back into game one as well. James Ham coming up about an hour from now as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Ding, ding. Hey. It's the 13th round. You know what it is, man. Today, we're going to talk about I can bring Jesse in here too. Now that we're good. Today, we're gonna bring in my main man, Devin Haney, being off of the zone. This is a glorious day. This is a glorious day because the zone and Matchroom and Eddie Hearn, they've been stunting this man's career for I don't know how long. Not necessarily. I mean, he's still undefeated. He's a WBC lightweight champion. We all know that. But he should be a way bigger star than what he is. And Eddie Hearn, let's just call it like it is. He doesn't know how to promote black fighters in America. Simple as that. He has no clue. He doesn't know what he's doing. And that's not even a knock on him. If I went to England, how am I going to go over there and promote a black fighter in England the way Eddie Hearn? That's his territory. He knows how to move the needle there. He don't know what to do in America. And he's been doing that with Devin Haney for so long. I'm glad he's a promotional free agent. Not only can we now see some of the possible top matches in that division with T.O. or Loma or Gervonta or whatever the case may be, without having to deal with any type of TV situations. But Devin, who should be a much bigger star than what he is, now has the opportunity to cash in on that. So I'm happy for that. I'm glad to see that. The zone in general, like the concept of the zone, it's a great idea. I love it. I have the zone. You know, I pay I think it's $20 a month now. It used to be 10, whatever the case may be. I pay it monthly and do that. It's great, but it don't work, man. It don't work. You're never going to be able to have the biggest fights on the zone consistently, because to make it work without pay-per-view, they'd have to pay these guys like a Canelo or Anthony Joshua like $15-20 million flat fee. You're not, at some point the subscriptions are going to run out. Like, you ain't going to get subscribers every time for the end of time. Like, at some point it's just going to come out of your pocket, and they're not going to do that. That's why they never have big fights on the zone. There's a reason for that, because the fighters, they can't make the money they can make on pay-per-view. I would love for the concept of the zone to work. It don't work, man. It just doesn't work in boxing. It's not how things go. So I'm glad we got Devin Haney off the app. Canelo's going to be next if he wants to make the big fights. He's going to have to get off the app. And I guess AJ can stay because he's got that money in the UK. But that's about it. You're never going to have a number of different top fighters on the zone. It's just not going to happen. No, he's not. He's actually got his own Devin Haney promotion, so he's not affiliated with the TV network right now.
I feel like more fighters are going to start doing that, because doesn't Canelo kind of control his own thing too?
Yeah, Canelo just did that too, because Canelo was locked in with Golden Boy in the zone, and he saw what I was just talking about. He's like, I can't, it's not going to work. Like, I'm losing money by being locked into this whole world of zone thing. Canelo could make, given the right fight, the right people, he could make $75 to $100 million on a fight. He could do that. And if he's with the zone making $30 million flat fee, he's shorting himself right now. So Canelo gonna do it. I think Tank Showtime, all this, like, he's not there yet. I think eventually he could do it, but he's on pay-per-view. That's the whole thing. You got to maximize your money. You got to be a pay-per-view star. You know what I'm saying? But he can't go any higher. The whole thing is getting off of the zone and being pay-per-view. That's what it is. And if you can't do pay-per-view, ESPN, they're trying not to do pay-per-views, and that's why these guys aren't making no money. That's why T.O. left. T.O. tried to go to Triller because they need that pay-per-view money. Gervonta is already on pay-per-view. So there's not really a level to go higher. So he just stay with Mayweather Promotions, stay with Showtime, and keep doing pay-per-views. 13th round.
If you missed the 13th round, you can check out youtube.com/ESPN1320. We got a 13th round playlist going on over there.
Yeah. We didn't free Devin Haney today. Free Devin Haney. I'm glad to see that, man. I'm glad. Matter of fact, Devin Haney's a free agent. Round of applause. Let's go. Yeah, get Devin Haney off the zone and away from Eddie Hearn. Eddie Hearn talking about, we still gonna do business.
I don't know what any of what my partner just said means. Absolutely none of it, but you delivered it with a great level of passion. So I'm all for it. Let's free the guy that you were just talking about.
Devin Haney.
Devin Haney. Let's get that guy free for sure. I feel like like non-wrestling fans, when I talk, that's how I feel when you talk boxing. Like, just staring at it, like, that's good stuff. All right, let's get it done. For sure.
We got Devin Haney free. Now you need to go full with Al.
13th round's
We
over.
need to get Al on the show, man. We need to get Al Heyman or Leonard Ellaby on the show.
On the 13th round, that'll be a tough sell. Like, all right, go ahead and
He need to come on D-Lo and KC.
Oh, okay. All right. Hey, Al, we do a 3-minute segment during a commercial break. Can you we're going to be quick and concise. We call it the half decent commercial break. Speaking of Couple of quick hits here as we roll along. You've got one more opportunity to win $1,000 coming up today. Of course, James Ham will join us 1 hour from right now. We'll get his thoughts on the latest with Marvin Bagley, and no real changes to the Sacramento Kings selection on Kenny Caraway's mock draft 3.0. So we'll find out who James has been evaluating in terms of the Sacramento Kings here in the coming days. And we'll get his thoughts on game 1 of the NBA Finals, which we will dive back into here in just a little bit. The name, image, and likeness got a lot of run in our conversation last week. We had some fun with that last Thursday, talking about college athletes, both past and present, that could have made major money or that may make major money here in the coming months. And I asked you, one of the points that we brought up would be interesting if, companies in certain cities, companies in college towns, kind of reallocated some advertising money to endorsements with certain athletes, college athletes at nearby schools, on campuses, and different things like that. Well, I think we have seen at least the first reported one, certainly of this size. Dan Lambert, who UFC fans know as the owner of American Top Team, it's a mixed martial arts gym in Miami, and it's a chain of them. But most people are familiar with American Top Team. That's Amanda Nunes, a handful of other fighters, but Amanda Nunes kind of on the marquee there. He offered to pay, and allegedly is going to, $500 this coming year to all 90 scholarship athletes on the University of Miami football team. And he said this is the largest marketing effort that we've ever had. We've done marketing before, but we've certainly never done marketing of this size. He has no idea if he's going to do it next year. He has no idea if he's going to do it in the coming years. Right. But this upcoming football season for the University of Miami, their advertising dollars, tenfold, well past anything they've ever spent before, is going to be allocated to
like $540,000 or something, right?
That's the number we got here. And what he's asking in return is advertising on social media from the University of Miami football players.
See, it makes sense to me. It definitely makes sense to me.
I guess in Miami, it wouldn't work here, right? But like in Miami or in a Knoxville, it work in Knoxville, Gainesville. Like it works in college towns, Raleigh, Durham. I think it would work there. It's not going to work everywhere. The University of Miami is interesting. Well, Miami's a tough town to get a read on. Like, I don't know what Miami is.
I think the U is big in Miami, though.
I agree, but the U is big in the sense that, like, there are a lot of big things in Miami. You know what I mean? Like, Miami, the destination is huge. I don't know where the U ranks in that. I don't know where the Heat rank in that. I don't know where.
Off the top of my head, I could be wrong. It's something we should do for a day. Talk about rankings of cities, especially since we're not living there. But it doesn't matter. I think the U is they're probably 2. I'd be interested to know if they're bigger than the Dolphins. I'd be interested.
My gut says yes.
I feel like the Heat have surpassed them. Maybe U is number 1 at one point, but I think the Heat are probably now number 1.
So,
but they're huge. It reminds me of L.A.
So okay, I'm glad you mentioned that, because when I look at some of these places, and I think Miami is one of them. Los Angeles is the first one that comes to mind, because we talk about USC and UCLA, and we talk about Chargers and Rams, knowing that the Raiders are the most popular team in Los Angeles, and Lakers and Clippers and Dodgers and all of these different things, when in actuality, Los Angeles is Hollywood. That's first. Everything else is a very, you can start ranking Dodgers and Lakers and all that other stuff after you rank Hollywood. And once you start those sports rankings, it's distant. Like Hollywood and then everything else. And you can rank everything else if you want to, but you start with Hollywood. I feel like that's the case with Miami, which is why I find this marketing, especially when you got names like Amanda Nunez on your roster.
Mhm.
It's why I find this marketing idea with the University of Miami football team interesting, because in Miami, you've got South Beach. That's first.
Mhm.
Everything else, whether it's the Heat or it's the Dolphins or it's the Hurricanes, it's distant from South Beach.
True. Now here, and maybe this isn't what you were necessarily asking, but if I got Amanda Nunez here,
Mm-hmm.
who's going to be a bigger salesperson for me? The U football or Amanda Nunez? Not who's better. We know how great she is, but if I got somebody that's going to advertise for me or something like that, I'd probably allocate the money to the U over Amanda Nunez. It's a conversation that you had just touched on. Who are we talking about? It was like 10 minutes ago, and you were talking about
Probably Hulk Hogan.
It was Hulk Hogan, and it was like Stone Cold. It was something, and I had just had this conversation like a week ago in boxing, and I was like, just because I watch boxing every week, and I know who Josh Taylor is, I know who Gervonta is, I know who. That doesn't mean none of these other people do.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's what we were talking about. We were talking about Hulk Hogan doing Rocky 3 and how that took him to another level. And it reminded me of Floyd Mayweather doing wrestling and doing Dancing with the Stars. Just because at the time he was this superstar in boxing, he got another level famous when he was on Dancing with the Stars.
Sure.
Dancing with the Stars is so much more
crossover.
popular
Yeah.
than regular boxing. And that's kind of thing. Just because Amanda Nunez is great, and you just brought her name up, I'm not saying that you're saying
No, she's just on the team.
Right,
Yeah, it's
right.
fine.
Just because she's the best at what she does, you can get more out of sponsoring than you could Amanda Nunez.
Well, we're going to find out with this deal with American Top Team and the Miami, football team, and again $500 to all 90 scholarship athletes on the football team. I'm curious to see how this works out, and this was one of the things I was really interested to see with the new name, image, and likeness deals is how many companies were going to change their advertising strategy and start using college athletes and their social media profiles as a form of advertising.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the wave. You know what I'm saying? Didn't Master P's son, didn't he get a $2 million deal?
Mm-hmm.
He's playing basketball at some HBCU. He got a $2 million deal. You talked about last week about how Archie? What's the son's name? Manning?
Arch Manning. Yeah.
Potentially looking at $10 million.
Yeah. In a
We
couple
talked
years.
about Bronny, what he might be able to do.
Yeah, and I think it was Poker Pro that brought up a great point. Bronny ain't getting no college name, image, and likeness money. That one and done going to be gone. Bronny going to be with the something selection of the NBA draft. Like that's going to be Bronny.
Well, don't they have a long CBA? They just signed a CBA and it's not in there.
No, it's not. But that can be that I think is
to be part of the CBA.
No, I think that's already been discussed as a potential changing point. I think the one and done is actually gone in a year. Can we look that up, Jesse? Like, is it already officially gone? Like official, or is it meant to be? Because this was a talking point during the last collective bargaining agreement. I just don't think it kicked in right away. But that feels like an eternity ago. And,
I mean,
and the NBA doesn't have the football one is the long one. The football one is 10 years.
Right.
Those rocket scientists were like, 10 years. It's a great idea. Yeah, CTE, sure. 16 games, 17 games, 18 games, more playoff games, whatever you want.
Yeah.
Stupid, man.
I know because the thing about basketball obviously was it wasn't you had to go to college, it was you had to be 1 year removed from your high school graduating class.
Right.
So I feel like the G League and the G League Ignite was the alternative for that. Like, I wonder if by the time, because Bronny is a
sophomore,
Bronny's a junior. He's going to be a junior next year. He's getting
I think
old.
him and Arch are the same, which is fascinating. I think him and Arch are the same age.
class.
Yeah.
So I don't know if by the time Bronny's done with high school, he'd be able to go to the NBA. I think the happy medium was this G League Ignite thing. I think that was the common ground they found. Okay, you don't have to go to school and you can come and get paid. You can come and get paid and do all this stuff. Jalen Green, Kuminga, you can get paid, but you can't go right to the NBA. They can't draft you out of high school. I think that might have been the common ground.
Okay, and maybe that explains what Jesse found here in a CBS article. The one and done rule might not be over until they negotiate the next CBA, which is in 2025.
4 years.
I feel I feel like we can. It's not, and I feel like we could dig a little bit deeper into that. I think there's more out there, and of course, as long as both sides agree, you can ratify the CBA. It can be an addition. Obviously, the G League. You mentioned that being a potential, and maybe with the name, image, and likeness thing, people, the NBA won't maybe feel as much pressure to get rid of the one and done, or not one. I don't know how to phrase it. That you have to be removed from high school for a year. Maybe they feel like they can don't have to get rid of that yet.
This walk me through this here. So I'm trying to think. I guess it wouldn't matter. I guess he could make the same money in the NBA. But I was like, is there a potential spot where Bronny would make more money going to college than the NBA?
Mm-mm. Not long term.
No, not long term. But if he spent the year in
for
college,
1 year,
as opposed to his rookie deal,
not his rookie deal. There's no way his rookie deal. Rookie year, sure, unless you're talking about Bronny going to college for 4 years. And I love how I phrase it. That ridiculousness. Imagine somebody going to school for 4 years. That's absurd. Unless Bronny was going to play 4 years in college, which I can't imagine whatsoever. Sure, he'd make. There's a scenario where he could make more, but no, I can't. Okay. No.
Because I'm trying to think if Bronny was like a late first round pick in the draft, if he were to come out, if he went to school for a year,
for a year, he'd make more. I'm sure, absolutely, he can make more money. But does he want to stay in school multiple years? You know what I mean? Because what is it? It's like I don't know the number for what 5 million. 6 million, something like that, 7 million for a low first round pick.
Yeah.
Could he make double, could he make 10? Sure. With the right deal, of course he could. Especially he's connected. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this, but Bronny's connected. Sure. But remember that 6 becomes 8, becomes 10. Yeah. That it's a contract that the day you sign it is worth, 30 some odd $1 million. Right. And the whole point of you're trying to get to the next one as soon as possible.
Right.
You're trying to get to that second contract. You're trying to start the clock on how you start getting, you go from paid to paid. You're trying to get to paid as quickly as possible.
I remember I saw something last week. I think we talked about it. Maybe I just tweeted about it, but they estimated that Reggie Bush would have made $4 to $6 million a year.
Yeah.
A year.
Yeah.
So he would have made close to $20 million a year, possibly.
And it seems like
years at USC.
It seems like for businesses investing in name, image, and likeness athletes in college, football players are the way to go.
Yes.
Because they're around for years.
Yeah.
They're around for a minimum of 3 years?
Mm-hmm.
That feels like it's the way to go versus, Zion Williamson, who's around for 4 months.
Yeah.
3.5, 4 months, 5 months.
And they got the bigger audience too. College football.
Oh yeah.
So
I'm excited for college football this year.
I'm super excited for college football.
I never got into it last year. I didn't like it, but I'm excited for it this year.
I'm super excited. I remember we talked about on the show. I'll bring up that opening weekend is crazy. The first 2 weeks are like crazy. Is it Alabama versus Miami? Is that the game? I think it is.
There's somewhere.
On kickoff weekend.
A couple of other quick hits here before we get back to game 1 of the NBA Finals. And now that we talk about this name, image, and likeness stuff, now that we talk about starting the clock, it is interesting. You know, you talked about this a moment ago when we had the story on Marcus Bagley.
Mm-hmm.
It is interesting to me now, though, that we're having this conversation that he's going back to school. Like he must have, or they must have heard something they really didn't like.
Probably heard something we've all been seeing. You go to these mock drafts and he's not a first round guy. So, I mean, maybe, they officially heard it from an agent or, something like that. And they were just like, oh, those are just, how they live in La La Land. Oh, those are just people talking. Those are just the haters. Those are just the haters. You know what I'm saying? That's probably.
Whereas the agent comes in and goes, yeah, no, it's not. It's
the
not.
Agent, Monty McNair, they all say, no, it's not.
It's not us. It's you. Go back to school, work on your game. And he's coming off an injury.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was really weird. It looked like he was in Achilles,
right?
But he came back.
It wasn't
that. He got hurt again, I think. So, go back to school, man. Okay. Build up that stock for the 2022 draft. Now, like I said, now you can make a couple dollars. So, that's
hire a PR team and put them in charge of PR. Nikhil, speaking of PR, this is an interesting story developing, but I know it got your attention, which is the only reason I'm bringing it up.
I'm always on the prowl. On the prowl.
I know you are. Nikhil Harry, apparently not on the best of terms with New England. Shocker. First time I've ever heard something like that before. Nikhil Harry, San Francisco 49er, question mark?
Hey, man. If I was Kyle Shanahan, if I was John Lynch, you absolutely know I'd be kicking the tires. Absolutely. Now
you love wide receivers, dude. Like you love wide receivers and backcourt players.
I do, but that's a need for the 49ers, in my opinion.
Is it? Why? Explain this to me. I've never understood this. I get it. When we talked about, what was it? It was AJ Green. I know you have the constant Odell Beckham conversation. Who I've been reading a lot about Odell in the last few weeks. He's ready to go,
ready to play.
I read
to leave.
No. I meant ready to go, ready to get out on the field, and he wants to play with Cleveland. He wants to play with Baker. He sees something special there. I think I even read an article today on Pro Football Talk that he's gearing up for a special season.
I can believe it.
But why is a receiver a need for the San Francisco 49ers?
Because number one, they need a bigger threat. Those guys like Debo and Brandon Ayuk, they're really good, but they're not small. Like Debo's not small. Obviously, he's a big physical guy, but he's not tall, right? I think they need a bigger target. And then also Debo, you can't trust his health. You don't know what the health is looking like. The bigger receivers, like taller receivers that they are kind of leaning on, and maybe I don't even think they're leaning on them. They're just hopeful. Jalen Hurd, who, as much as I would love to see him out there, I'm convinced he's just never going to play. Like he's never going to be healthy. Like he towards ACL. He's had a bad back, all this other stuff. Guy out of Tennessee, his career's never been getting started. So you can't rely on that. Then they got a guy like Juwan Jennings, who I like, but they still have him deep on the depth chart. Losing Kendrick Bourne was an issue. I need weapons. To me, you can never have enough weapons. And you got a guy like Nikhil Harry, who has all the upside in the world. And what did Julio Jones go for? A second rounder, a third rounder, something like that?
Yeah, I think it was third.
You could get why wouldn't I get Nikhil Harry for a fifth rounder?
Oh, Julio, that was the other one. Yeah, I knew there was another name out there we were talking about.
If Nikhil Harry's out there and New England wants to give him up for a fourth or fifth rounder, sure. Absolutely.
For reasons known to absolutely no one, and maybe they're just not known to me. the match took place. The match that was the golfing thing took place yesterday, directly opposite of Game 1 of the NBA Finals. So
that's just damn ridiculous.
I'm not quite sure where that miscommunication came from. I can't believe that TNT would do that on purpose. But it was certainly odd scheduling.
Did you watch it all?
No, absolutely not. I didn't see a solitary second of it. Didn't see any of it. But I, caught up on sound bites and clips this morning, and Aaron Rodgers obviously was asked about his future with Green Bay, and I know I make my jokes about Get Up and I make my jokes about ESPN and them constantly running with an Aaron Rodgers story that absolutely does not exist right now. But how does this end? Like, does he just show up and like, hey, it's good, I'm here? Or like, how is this Aaron Rodgers thing going to end?
I don't know, man. I feel like we're headed to him just staying, which will be the definition of anticlimactic, him just coming back to the Green Bay Packers. But I mean, like you said, how you just gonna just show up like, oh yeah, everything that happened. I was just, I said that just to get you mad. I mean, give a little MA dollars.
Yeah.
So that would just be crazy. That'd be traded. I would have traded him a minute ago if I was Green Bay.
I'm aware.
Got something for him. Got that first round pick from Denver, something like that, and would have moved on. But it feels like he's just coming back. Crazy.
But is he, like he was asked about his future with Green Bay? He said, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see, won't we? Then he was asked about September 12th. And Rodgers didn't seem to recognize the significance of the date. When he was told it was the Packers season opener, he says, oh, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Says he smiled through all of it. Maybe he's just trolling Packers fans at this point. I'm not sure. It's just a bold move if that's what you're doing. I'm not sure. The story's not developing. It's basically staying the same. It's just been floating since draft day. But where are we going with this? Because at some point he's going to look, if he's not traded, he's going to look weird. Like, so you raised all this fuss and ultimately what did you do? You went back and played for the Green Bay Packers. All right, cool. Like, we'll step out. We'll come back.
Where does Deshaun Watson go?
We don't talk about that here on this show.
I just wanted to see your reaction.
I don't know. But Deshaun Watson, Bill Cosby, same box. They're in the same box, and they're pushed to the back of the room. When it's time to talk about Deshaun Watson being traded, we will. It's time to talk about the NBA Finals, though, and we'll do that as D-Lo and KC continue here on Twitch, on YouTube, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I know you got to step out. I got to grab my pen. Go ahead. I'll be back in 2 seconds, everybody. 2 seconds. All right. I legit haven't written anything on this notebook in 6 days. But if I don't have this pen in my hand, I feel weird. It bugs me. I just need to have it there. I need to create, maybe I should get caught up on like wrestling news, and I do my own wrestling segment. Instead of the 13th round, it's the squared circle or the no DQ or something like that. I don't know. I got to have something for my little commercial break all alone. Of course, we talk about wrestling on the show. So I don't know. Maybe that doesn't work. I'll figure something out. I'm just not in tune enough with the product. Maybe wrestling history. This moment in wrestling history. course, we did like a 20-minute segment on Hulk Hogan turning heel, so maybe that wouldn't have been it either. Yeah. Danny in San Francisco is on vacation. He's coming back after he heard us talk about Hulk Hogan's heel turn for that long. Guys know no one likes that stuff. Ratings just plummet when you talk about wrestling like that. Oh, the gorilla position. I like it. That's a good call there, Bryce. The gorilla position with D'Lo. I like it. That's a good one. The turnbuckle, tables and ladders. Jesse, do you know what the gorilla position is? No, the gorilla position is so right when you walk, like if you're leaving the ring and you walk through the curtain, there's an area right outside of view behind the curtain that's called the gorilla position. Yep, that's where they have the monitors. You see a bunch of you regularly see, videos there, and it's named after Gorilla Monsoon because when Gorilla Monsoon wasn't doing commentary, he would always be in that position behind the curtain. So they started calling it the gorilla position. Yeah, that's what it is. Like, yeah, if you hear them say, yeah, he was standing at gorilla, that's what it means.
Looks like we got a new segment popping off here.
Yeah, well, we're trying to come up with a name for my commercial break show, and I like the one Bryce came up with. He's the gorilla position with D'Lo. So, given the things that we talk about on the show, that could be misconstrued. But
the schoolboy roll up,
the schoolboy, that's weird too. I like the gorilla position. That's a good one. That's a good one. Do you know what the gorilla position is? I was just asking Jesse if it's the area behind the curtain where all the monitors are.
Oh, where that
remember when
clip that
Brock Lesnar when Brock Lesnar threw the belt at Vince McMahon? That was at the gorilla position.
Is that where they see like the little X on the
curtain? On the curtains? Yep. Yep.
Or it could have been that. What was the with that little Botch Club clip where Vince McMahon goes, "Oh goodness gracious," where somebody took a bump.
Oh, that was on Beyond the Mat. Yeah, that was in Sacramento.
Oh, I remember, that's right.
That was in Sacramento. Yep.
Another famous Sacramento moment.
Indians no hit for the third time in 2021. Oh, nope, not true. Rays had 5 pitchers combined for a 7-inning no-hitter.
Yeah, that don't count. Yeah, absolutely. I said they're not going to break the record this year, so that don't count.
The Indians have been no-hit for the third time in 2021. Sort of. The Rays had 5 pitchers combined for a 7-inning no-hitter in the second game of a doubleheader.
Bro, how ridiculous can you get? I mean, that may be the most ridiculous no-hitter in the history of baseball.
Yeah, that combines, like, because we had an argument about whether a combined no-hitter is an actual no-hitter. We had a second argument about whether a scheduled 7-inning no-hitter is an actual no-hitter. One thing I believe we can universally agree on is that a combined 7-inning no-hitter is not a no-hitter.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Look, like I said earlier, when we had the discussion, I said they're not going to break this record. Well, then they need 2 to break the all-time record, and it was only like June. So they're not going to break the record. I'm glad to know that this will not be held against me.
Yeah, no, this isn't a no-hitter. I'll give you this one. If it had been one pitcher, I'd rep for it. I'd ride for it. 5 and 7 innings? What kind of ratio is that?
Man, how you got 5 pitchers in 7 innings?
5 pitchers? What is that? That's trash. That's not a no-hitter. That's just a good solid game. That's just a good pat on the ass. Good job, guys. Keep it moving. Your chance to win $1,000 with the Summer of Cash contest. Your final opportunity today. Of course, we'll have 4 more opportunities for you coming up tomorrow. That's why you just got to be with us every single day. 4 hours a day. That's all we ask. It's not much. Your next opportunity to win $1,000 coming up 20 minutes from now, excuse me. James Ham coming up 30 minutes from now. Kings insider James Ham, of course, set to be with us. Lots to talk to him about, including downloading the Odyssey app. Discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now for sports and music fans by sports and music fans. Check out Troy Hughes Stadium Anthems. Get amped for the big game with the best tracks from rock and more. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app. Plenty of hip-hop stations to choose from as well. I mentioned the conscious hip-hop station. Odyssey is programmed with some incredible stations for you to check out. So download the Odyssey app right now. No matter what your flavor of music is, you will absolutely be able to find a station to your liking. Suns get the win last night, 118-105. I made the proclamation here as the show got underway. That was a beatdown.
It was not a beat down. Don't listen to him.
The Phoenix Suns beat down the Milwaukee Bucks last night, and I feel like there's 2 stories coming out of this game, Casey. One, I do, and maybe it wasn't a beat down. Maybe I'm doing a little extra right there, but I felt like it was I thought it was, if nothing else, I thought it was a really impressive win by the Phoenix Suns.
Yes.
I thought they were impressive from tip to buzzer. The other story, and you can argue it is just as big, is that after looking like his knee was going to be snapped in half, Giannis Antetokounmpo returned. I can't believe that game was only a week ago.
Man.
Giannis Antetokounmpo returns after missing 2 games. He's back in a week. And, unless they're, feeding us a line of BS, he says he feels good. He said he felt stable. He said he didn't have any issues out there. He said he was feeling good when the game's over. Obviously, how he feels today is going to be a big focal point of what the Bucks and Coach Budenholzer are able to do going forward. And I want to talk to you about Mike Budenholzer here in just a second. Mm-hmm. But 35 minutes from Giannis Antetokounmpo last night, he was able to get 17 rebounds. I know you have an issue with the fact that he only took 11 shots, but overall, you and I, when we signed off yesterday at 4:00, didn't think Giannis Antetokounmpo was going to play. Not only did he played 35 minutes and was relatively effective.
Yeah, I thought he looked relatively normal.
I mean, he put up like a DeAndre Ayton stat line. Like he was, I mean, DeAndre a little bit more efficient, but but your complaint is he didn't shoot enough. Like they didn't.
I need more shots from him.
11 isn't enough from Giannis, and Chris Middleton tried to carry the load. Jrue Holiday just couldn't get going, man. He is hit or miss in this postseason for them.
Jrue has not shown up in this postseason consistently.
Do you want to
extremely disappointing
from Kenny? Let's fire the guy in the NBA Finals, Caraway. Do you want to give us your thoughts on Mike Budenholzer's game plan with Giannis Antetokounmpo yesterday?
I mean, yesterday was just what it was. Like it's what he does. He hasn't gotten Giannis many looks on the block for the entire time. So he didn't do anything yesterday that hasn't already been established. Like that's just what it is. If Coach Bud is the coach, mm-hmm. That's how Giannis is going to be in the offense. That's what it is. So there's nothing different. I just would see it and I'd be like, this is wrong. Now, a couple times in defense of Coach Bud, there was a couple times where they got the ball to Giannis on the block or the block-ish, type area. And he'd catch the ball and then he would face up and try to drive past them. A couple times it worked. A couple times he went towards the middle of the hoop or the middle of the paint. And it wasn't as successful, I guess you could say. Mm-hmm. But it's just a general philosophy of how his offense works that I'm not.
Is that on Bud or Giannis?
him facing up.
Yeah.
I think, some of that has to go to Giannis. That's what I was saying in defensive coach. But
Okay.
he got the ball to him on the block, or the Bucks did, or whatever, and Giannis chose to face up and do something. So once he got the ball there, it's his call to do what he has to do. He did a couple of times. He got the ball on the block. He faced up. He started dribbling and dancing with it. It's like, man, you just make a quick little move, no inside pivot, get to the bucket, back him down, jump hook. Who gonna get that?
Yeah, I was encouraged after the first play of the game was essentially the play he got hurt on. Like you're back? Like back. Oh, you're back. We're going to find out if you're back. We're going to run a lob for you at the rim. And first play of the game, that's exactly what they did. They went to Giannis at the rim. He seemed to have explosiveness. He seemed to have no fear. He was not timid going up for the ball. Crowder went up with him, got him on the wrist, wasn't able to finish the dunk, but wound up going to the foul line. And that became that's not only a story throughout the game. That's going to be a story every time they're in Phoenix. It's going to be a story all throughout the finals, but it's really going to be a story every time he's in Phoenix, because you're going to get that loud count that doesn't really have a solid rhythm to it. It's just a bunch of people saying numbers out loud.
Yeah, well, that's what happens.
Well,
when the crowd is doing what they do, and they are who they are. You say ain't gonna have no rhythm.
Got to hit them free throws. Got to hit them free throws.
Yeah.
But I thought whatever concern, discomfort, it was erased from me at the beginning of the game. First play, it's like, okay, he looks good. He looks totally normal. You watch him get up and down the floor a couple of times. It looked fine. There were some moments where it looked like he was moving a little bit slow. Maybe that could be wind. Maybe that could be timidness. Maybe he isn't being completely forthright with how he felt. Maybe he was in a smidge bit of discomfort. He did say he was feeling strong after the game and felt good, and he was in constant communication with Mike Budenholzer throughout the game, but he looked normal to me, just not aggressive.
Right. And maybe this is one of these things where, he had to get out there, get a feeling for it, get his rhythm back, and kind of like James Harden in the semifinals, each game he's going to feel stronger and stronger and feel a little more comfortable out there. And for the Bucks and Bucks fans, you just hope that comfort level doesn't come too late.
And he was 10 times more effective in his return than not comparing the two injuries, but just a star being out. He was 10 times more effective than James Harden was in his one game in the first game that he came back in the semifinals that you just referenced there a moment ago. But that's the Bucks side of the story. All credit though goes to the Phoenix Suns and Chris Paul, and it felt like coming out of last night's game, they have a legitimate big three. You saw a big performance from Chris Paul. You saw a big performance from Devin Booker, and you saw a big performance from DeAndre Ayton. We have looked at this team as a well-structured, it's a team. Everybody has they work in concert. There's cohesiveness here, which is all 100% factual. But watching that game last night, it looked like the Phoenix Suns had a very legitimate big three.
Yeah, DeAndre Ayton, 19 points with 22 rebounds on the night, man. But that was big time.
I think DeAndre had 22 points, 19 rebounds.
22. Did I say it the other way around?
Yeah, but but that's fine though. I think Chris Paul stole a rebound from him at the end of the game that would have given him a 20-20. But dude, he was 8 of 10. He was 8 of 10 from the field.
So here's the thing, and this is why it probably always sounds like I'm reluctant to give DeAndre Ayton like unbelievable credit. Not credit, that's a bad word, because he gets the job. He puts the ball in the bucket when he gets it, wherever he gets it or whatever. But to me, it's 100% orchestrated by Booker, campaign, and Chris Paul.
Mm-hmm.
Like they never give the ball to Ayton on the block. I was like, yo, go get a bucket. Go one-on-one. It's all they've attacked the basket. Help has come. They leave Ayton. They dump it down to him. He finishes. That's his talent. That's why he's a damn good ball player. But when people are like, yo, that center, he just killing. I mean, he's everything. Everything is a setup. They cannot give the ball to Ayton, or maybe they just don't. give the ball to Ayton and say, go to work.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. We're live on Twitch. We're live on YouTube. If you'd like to watch the show, it's twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. Of course, you can listen to us on the Odyssey app and 1320 AM as well. We've got an opportunity for you to win $10,000 coming up. We've got an opportunity for you to win $1,000 coming up in 10 minutes. We've got an opportunity for you to hang out with James Ham coming up here in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
You've got better odds with one than the other. Just want to point that out. Though James Ham is also a multi-state contest. Message and data rates applied for James Ham as well. He'll be with us at 3:20. Summer of Cash contest in 10 minutes. I feel like you do diminish DeAndre Ayton a little bit. Whereas sometimes with other players on other teams, you'll praise them for, paraphrasing the Nation of Domination rock right here, you'll praise them for knowing their role.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Know your role. If there was a Kings player who benefited from De'Aaron, penetrating to the basket, you would, and were regularly, 70% from the field or something like that, you would praise them for knowing their role and not trying to do too much. Yet
Absolutely.
with DeAndre Ayton, I feel like you diminish it a little bit.
Because you guys call him a star. He's not a star.
I do think
to me, a star can go get it regardless. Maybe he can, but
or
they dump off, he goes to work. And that is his role. That's what he does. That doesn't make him a star. That means Chris Paul is a star.
Mr. Caraway, question in the back.
Yes, sir.
Perhaps he doesn't have to do all of that because he has Chris Paul and Devin Booker.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps if there's a moment, and I'm certain the Phoenix Suns don't want to find this out, if Chris Paul isn't around, his game has to change a little bit. It has to evolve. Perhaps if Chris Paul if Chris Paul does come back and he signs for an extended period of time, and maybe he misses a game here, a game there, a week here, a week there, and his game has to evolve a little bit, perhaps that he can. But right now, shouldn't he be praised for doing what he does best?
He gets praised for that. I just said the man was balling last night. He did a great job.
That's reluctant praise.
But
it's like you were good, but.
Well, no, because then what I would say is keep jumping out the window. You keep jumping out the window. He can't just be good. He can't just be good. He got to be a star.
He is a star. I think he is. I think he's a star.
For me, now I classify a star. Star can go get it anytime, any situation. I don't know if that's DeAndre Ayton right now. He gets it's put on the table. It's put on a platter. He takes care of business. He does what he's supposed to do. He does what his role is. But he's not a star in my head. Now, the powers that be have told Damian, just let Kenny rock right now. Just let him rock. He's doing his thing. They shut him off. Let Kenny rock.
Now, see what happened. So I'd say DeAndre Ayton's a star, and my Comrex unit cuts off. I see how it is. You're in charge of this, aren't you? This is you. This is you, Kenny. I know this is you.
It was me all along, Damian.
Ridiculous. Will you just give DeAndre Ayton the credit he deserves, please?
Okay.
That's all I'm asking.
What does that sound like? Because I've said he's a good ball player.
He's a good young star in this league. He's a good young star in this league. That's what I want you to say. I will accept nothing less. He is a good young star in this league.
He's a damn good young ball player. I'm not giving him star status yet. He's a damn good young ball player.
All right.
I mean, he's having a really good postseason. He's elevating his game. The man averaged like 16 and 8 in the season. What the hell is that a star?
His team's in the NBA Finals. He's doing it on He's doing it on like 60%. So let me ask.
And he's shooting from 3 feet away every time. Nobody there.
Ask you this: take DeAndre Ayton off the Suns. Are they still here?
With who?
Take DeAndre Ayton off the Suns. Are they still in the NBA Finals?
That's impossible because no, he's better than Kaminsky and Sarge. Like, so no. But if you replace
King's legend, I'm so happy for Frank Kaminsky, by the way. He's King's legend, really endured it here. And
I think
happy
if
for
you
him.
replace him with Rashawn Holmes, yes.
That's interesting. Because if
Rashawn Holmes had wide open push shots from 7 feet away, he ain't hitting 70%.
That's tough to argue.
And we like Rashawn Holmes. We don't call him a star.
No, that's tough to argue because there's a legacy of big men from DeAndre Jordan to Clint Capella leading the league in field goal percentage.
That's
the tie-in. And I could be wrong. We can double check this, but I believe for a stretch of years it was DeAndre Jordan. Then Chris Paul was traded to Houston. Then all of a sudden it became Clint Capella. So obviously Chris Paul has an effect on the big men that he works with and able in having the ability to get them in a certain spot and allowing them to do what they do as big men. With DeAndre, it was just catching the ball in midair and throwing it through the basket as violently as possible. With Clint Capella, I think it was a little bit different. It was a little bit along the lines of what we're seeing from DeAndre Jordan. But Chris Paul has put DeAndre Jordan in a fantastic position to make a whole lot of money over the course of the next 5 years.
The boy getting maxed out. But I'll even say this. DeAndre Ayton is more talented than DeAndre Jordan and Clint Capella. Hell, DeAndre Ayton, I don't have it off the top of my head, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's like a 75% free throw shooter. He's got great touch around the rim. He got a little jump shot if he ever gets the opportunity to do that from 12 to 15 feet. He's much better than those two. So I think Chris Paul has a lot to do with it, but he's better than those guys for sure, in my opinion.
Agree with that wholeheartedly. DeAndre Ayton this year, his field goal percentage went from 54 last year to 62 this year with Chris Paul. That's his field goal percentage.
Point guard.
His free throw percentage has always been pretty steady throughout his career, 74, 75. And we'll round up just barely to 77% this year.
Damn, that's good.
So it's one thing that's interesting. Again, Chris Paul effect. His points per game went down. It was the lowest of his career, but it's the most efficient that he's played.
What is man? That has me thinking now. When I said Rashawn Holmes, I think
that's an interesting thought.
I think DeAndre Ayton is better than Rashawn Holmes. I do, but. I mean, I could see Rashawn Holmes like benefiting crazy from somebody like Chris Paul.
Oh, I mean, that's a no-brainer.
Yeah, but I use that as an example. I do think DeAndre Ayton is a better player. Like, I don't say it to say that he can't get the ball on the block and go to work. It just doesn't happen. I think he can. He wouldn't be Hakeem Olajuwon down there, but he can do that more than Rashawn Holmes does. Like, you can't get the ball to Rashawn on the block and say go to work at all. I think DeAndre does have some of that in him.
Is DeAndre Jordan closer to Rashawn Holmes than Rashawn Holmes is to DeAndre Ayton in the style of in the type of player that they are?
Yeah, I would say, yeah. And Rashawn has a little more skill and touch around the basket, though. Like, I don't know how DeAndre Jordan got any of his buckets. Because he can't do it. Was literally like
I already told you. He caught the ball in Chris Paul would throw the ball in midair. DeAndre would catch it and throw it violently through the basket.
And that was it. He got no touch around the rim. There ain't no push shot, no jump hook. Can't make free throws. Like,
hey, if you're good at one thing, do it over and over again.
And if you're a massive human like he is, like, I got huge.
He is. He's freakishly athletic, and they took advantage of it for years in Lob City.
Yeah. DeAndre Ayton is a good ball player, man. He's a good ball player. I do like his skill set.
Next year, you're going to admit that DeAndre Ayton is a star.
He might be an all-star next year. I would expect him to be an all-star, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think if he stays healthy,
In the West.
yeah, if he stays healthy, he certainly will be. That'll be the thing for him next year. Played 69 of the 72 games this season.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
It's time for the Summer of Cash contest. Here's your chance to win $1,000. Your final chance of the day. Just text the code word theme to 72881. That's theme to 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive. I think one of the things here with Phoenix taking a 1-0 lead in the NBA Finals, one of the things that I expect, and I expect the Bucks to come out and win game 2.
That'd be big time on the road, man.
And I'm stopping short, but I kind of expect them to, not a blowout, but what was last night's game? 13 points?
Yeah.
13. Bucks win by 13-ish.
Wow. That'd
Game
be
2.
and it's on the road like that.
It's not a knock on it's not a knock on Phoenix. It's not I may quietly be rooting for Phoenix to win this thing.
Boo.
But this feels like what the Bucks do. We criticize the Bucks for not having that killer instinct, right? For not putting the foot on the proverbial throat.
Right.
But one thing they do very, very well is regroup and bounce back.
Yeah. I agree.
And that's what I expect to see from them in game 2. Regroup and bounce back.
I could see that. I definitely could see that. We didn't do the official prediction. I'll do mine. I was going to say Bucks in 6 yesterday. I'm going to stay with that. But I watched them and they feel like they're a player short.
Yes,
they did.
I agree. That player, unfortunately, is actually on the roster, and his name is Drew Holiday. He's too good to have nights like he had last night. He's too good to have nights like he had last night, and he's too important to this team to have nights like he did last night. 4-14, especially with Giannis being at, if nothing else, some sort of percentage of what he should be. Man, that ain't it. That ain't it for Drew, man. That's you talk about them being a player short. That's the player. Drew, it's not a player that they have to go acquire this offseason. It's Drew Holiday. He's not Chris Middleton's most efficient performance last night, but if I told you got 29 from Chris Middleton, you're going to be happy. Yeah. You get 20 and 17 from Giannis coming back after a week off, missing 2 games, given the fear of, even Giannis talked about this yesterday. He thought his year was over.
Yeah.
He thought it was done. He thought it was a wrap for him. I give you those 2 stats. You're feeling pretty good about the Milwaukee Bucks, about where the Milwaukee Bucks are until you see Drew Holiday's performance.
Yeah, that can happen from Drew Holiday again in game 2 and really in any other game if they're going to win this series.
Let's get James Ham's thoughts on Marvin Bagley and the draft. James Ham joins us next. Here's D'Lo and KC continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, how you just gonna shut my man down?
So something happened at the studio? Did something happen at the studio? Because I saw Jesse got kicked out too.
Oh, I forgot Jesse. He can't hear you. He was saying, yeah, he thinks so because he got kicked out of the
okay
as well. So
let me regroup here. Let me connect back to the Comrex
now.
All right. I'm back on. You can pop me down, Casey. I'm back on the Comrex.
Same thing as yesterday where I can't hear you now.
Oh, hang on. Hang on.
Rich. Big Al found it. Big Al's behind this.
Probably. Big Al be doing us dirty out here. All right. We connect old. Yeah, it was weird. It was. I felt better when I looked up and saw that the control room was off the screen. So I was like, okay, I think something went wrong at the studio. It made me feel a little better.
Jacob DeGrom.
StreamYard page was
yeah,
we were good.
Cool.
Yeah, we were good.
I saw you fell off though.
Yeah, we saw that you got booted off. So that made me think something happened in the studio.
Jacob DeGrom says he will not be attending the All-Star game. I don't understand that. I'm just I'm different. Each is
that next week.
I just don't understand how people wouldn't want to play in those games, All-Star games, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
If I played and made it professional, I would never want to get to the point mentally where something like that was a hassle.
Yeah. Is Ohtani in the home run derby?
Yeah.
I don't like that. I do not like that idea at all.
What, you a believer in the swing getting messed up?
Yeah, I'm a firm believer in that home run derby will screw you up.
Well, it's not like they're winning any games, so he might.
Oh, that's true. As long as he doesn't get hurt.
Oh no, I think he's gonna be all right. Did you see that picture of him though? That was recent, where like him with sleeves off.
I didn't see it. Is it suspect?
A couple months ago.
Is it suspect?
Well, you compare that to his rookie season, and it's like, man, what the hell just happened?
Yeah, you know what? Let him do it. Let him do it. Just let him do it. Yeah, don't ruin this. Great to see securing the Bagley here. Hey, Bags, I got some music for you. That's for you, Bags.
Well,
that's for you, securing the Bagley.
First of all, I don't know if you saw this, David. You guys calm down.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw it. I was like, all right, I'm
we out here having a good old time. We can disagree. We can talk. It's good.
And we can save. It's all right. Can he save Luke Walton for an entire year?
You in and out again. No, say something again. Say something now.
I'm back to cutting in and out.
Yeah, it's cutting in and out.
Yeah, let's go back. Let's just go back to what we were doing.
Okay.
It didn't matter. One of us got to do it anyways because James Ham's joining us. So
it was me all along, Austin. Oh, let me close ESPN. You know, they like to pop up.
Mm-hmm. All right. I'm with that. There's Hammer. James. Oops, I just kicked Kenny out.
You killed Kenny.
Wow. What up, James?
What's happening, gentlemen?
Good.
How are you, man?
I'm good.
Good.
Yeah.
Excellent. Should be back any second. We'll talk some Marvin.
You're good now.
Oh, we're back. Okay, good. Yeah, I wasn't sure. You know, we've had some internet crashes.
Greeny was just bringing us back. And
Greeny.
Yeah.
I like it. Appreciate the love, Greeny on a much deserved vacation. Of course, I'm sure he's listening to D'Lo and Casey right now. So shout out to our man, Greeny, right there, and shout out to our man James Ham, Kings Insider, NBC Sports, with us here. James, it wouldn't be a pontificating with James Ham segment if we, in some way, shape, or form, didn't bring up Marvin Bagley. Somehow, Marvin Bagley keeps winding up for stuff, gives us stuff to talk about. Lately, his half-decent podcast, which we decided was deceptively named. I know you spent some time listening to that yesterday, James. Your thoughts on 60 minutes of talking without actually saying anything?
Yeah, half decent. I'm not sure. We may have to work on the name. Look, sometimes the best thing to do is just to not say anything. And I'll say this. I think I listened to like 50 something minutes just to make sure There wasn't anything more interesting than
Round of applause for you, James. You
like,
got
I mean, there was a point where he talked about getting dumped at the mall when he was like in the 6th or 7th grade. But my point is, I made it through that much, and I don't think he said the word Kings the entire time. I do not think that word slipped out of his mouth. So he, like, look, I think we kind of figured out where this is heading. It could go in a different direction. He could be here for another year and then figure out what happens after that. I just don't know that that's going to be what's best for anyone at this point. So we're going to have to wait and see what the Kings can get for him. But I think the Marvin Bagley situation is kind of what it is at this point. He does not want to be in Sacramento. He's made that pretty clear by everything. And you know what? He's right. It is his Twitter. He can say whatever he wants, but at some point, someone probably should remind him that he represents his family. He represents the NBA as a whole. He represents the city of Sacramento. He represents his teammates. And so you can't just say whatever you want and think that there won't be repercussions. And, he's feeling that backlash, which, he's felt a couple of times now.
I have no problem with saying it how I'm about to say it because, in my first interaction with Earl, he disrespected me. So, respect is out the window. I'm not trying to disrespect him, but I'm just going to be blunt. He was terrible at his job. He was a terrible host, right? He was garbage. That's just my opinion. But I will say this. There was one time when it felt like, to your point, James, Earl tried to say, hey, I think it was the question was like, hey, how do you look at your first 3-4 years in the league? And, you talk about Sacramento and haven't made the playoffs in 15 years. He actually, I'll give him credit there. He tried to steer into like a specific question for a specific answer. And to your point, James, Marvin sidestepped that like a Euro step. He wanted nothing to do. It was almost to the point where it was intentional to not mention the Kings or Sacramento. This is like impossible probably, but I'm gonna ask you the impossible. What do you think he feels like he's getting out of all this by going about everything this way? Does he think that it's more likely he'll be traded? Does he think he's raising his trade value? What's he getting out of all this?
I think you're right. That was probably the best sidestep of his career. The best Euro step that he's performed on or off the court. He just avoided the question 100%. And to be honest with you, what do you get out of this? I think in some weird way, I don't know if you guys just held on for like the first 14 minutes or whatever. He was promoting some sort of documentary where he's trying to show how he can be both a basketball player and like a rap artist. And that's fine. He's starting his own production company. But again, like, I don't know that anyone is telling him this, but no one in the NBA, in real NBA circles, cares about that other stuff. You have to do your job first. And I get that he's had some setbacks and all this stuff, but and I've never been one who has a problem with him having outside stuff. De'Aaron Fox plays a ton of video games. That's all right with me. Halliburton has his whole Top Shot thing, but he tries to get into fashion stuff. He does a lot. Harrison Barnes has all of his stuff that he does off the court. So like these guys deserve to have a life outside of the game. That's for sure. The problem is like, you still have to understand that you represent Sacramento. And until you represent Sacramento, then I don't know. Maybe at some point someone should show him a list of the players who came to Sacramento and this was their last stop. And you're not guaranteed anything at all. And just because you're the former number 2 overall pick, ask the Coke machine about that. Derek Williams is playing overseas somewhere, I saw, but he's been out of the league since he was like 25, 26. Jabari Parker is on to like his 8th team. Right. He was the number 2 pick in the draft too. Like, look, there is nothing guaranteed in this world. And the last thing you want to be is not only injured and not being able to take that next step as a player, but also to be a distraction And that's where a lot of time. I mean, we're in the dog days of summer, so I don't know how much of a distraction you can be. The franchise is just going to ignore it. But I mean, you still have to think of some of these things because the next team might not put up with this at all.
Mm-hmm.
And if this is how you play and this is how your dad plays, then we'll see how it goes.
And your publicist and your trainer and a variety of others. James Ham, Kings Insider, with us here on D'Lo and KC. How did we get here, though? Like, getting to the point of Marvin, moving on. The Kings don't want him here. He doesn't want to be here. He obviously he appears to have these contentious feelings towards. Maybe it's the organization, maybe it's the fans, maybe it's a combination of the two. How did we get to this point with him?
It was a steady stream here. I think, I've said this before. Sacramento fans are so passionate, right? And someone was talking about this on Twitter earlier. I can't remember who it was, so I'm not going to misquote. But they're talking about how Twitter is such a small portion of the Kings fan base, but it's the noisy portion of the fan base. That's
society.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the players feel that, but that really doesn't represent the whole. And I think a lot of people, they want Marvin Bagley to work out here. I've said it like a million times. If you look at the draft still, he's still probably one of the top guys that actually fit what they're trying to do. He's a guy who can stretch it, shoot the three a little bit. He can go down to the post. He can rebound. He can run the floor like a gazelle. Like, there should be a way that this should work out. But my point was that Sacramento fan base on Twitter specifically, they have a way of turning on one player every time and really, really going at that player. And I know Willie Cauley-Stein felt it like the final 2 years here. But as soon as Willie was gone, it's like almost every bit of it transferred to Marvin Bagley as soon as he got hurt in his second year. I mean, he broke his thumb in the first game of the season, and you could see the shift happening. They were looking for someone else to pile on, and Marvin became that guy. And I said it then, like, it does not do you any good as a fan base to just destroy a young player. Even if it was Willie was 24, 25 years old. He's still a young guy. You're just destroying his confidence. Like, what's the end game? Because, I mean, the end game is he leaves, I guess. But where does that put you? Like, at some point, you're supposed to be a fan, and a fan is supposed to support and sometimes hold a franchise accountable. But support, that's fandom is about cheering for somebody. And I just think that right now that so quickly people turn and it becomes like, who's public enemy number one this year? And, if you're looking around, who's it going to be this coming year? If Marvin's not here, there's going to be somebody, because there always is. There's always the Ike Diagu that everyone wants to overpay, which, we'll see that again this summer when people want Terrence Davis to make $9 million a year or something.
So tradition unlike any other.
Yeah, but there's always a player that just really becomes the scapegoat for what's happening. And I think maybe if it's not Marvin, it will likely be Luke Walton, because even though he's not a player, he seems to be, he's taken some ownership of that role for some reason in this fan base as well.
Can't imagine that at all.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's just
it was my sarcasm tone.
Luke doesn't get any heat. He doesn't get any heat here in this city. I don't even know where you would get that from, Jim.
Certainly not on D'Lo and KC.
One thing, and we can get off Marvin after this, or we can keep talking. It doesn't matter. But one thing that I take away from this whole episode with Marvin Bagley and the whole team Bagley and everything, and I think is a huge detriment to what's going on with him, is I think he's got the wrong circle of people to, as I like to say, keep it real with him, keep it a stack with him. You got the guy that hosted, who he had his pom-poms on. You got people on Twitter saying things that just aren't true about he never plays in the fourth quarter and not taking. I'm never the type of guy that says, this player should just be real with himself and say that he sucks. Like, no, that's not realistic, and nobody should have to say that. But you have to be real with yourself. And if Marvin's talent level and what he can do on the court, what he's the ability that he has, nobody should take that away from him. But he should be able to look in the mirror and be like, you know what? I haven't lived up to what I think I can do in my career. You know what I'm saying? I haven't produced the way I expect myself to produce and the way I should produce. And regardless of what the reasoning is or whatever the case may be, maybe if I don't agree with people saying that I'm a bust or anything like that, it's not out of the realm of possibility to understand why people come to that conclusion. Not, oh, it's just their fault. It's Luke's fault. It's the organization's fault. Like I haven't gotten it done. Do you think that in your time dealing with the Kings, and I know we lost the whole year being backstage and all this other stuff, is there anybody in his life that could say, hey, Marvin, I love you, bro, but you got to be better. It's not everybody else's fault. It's not even necessarily your fault. It's just what it is. You've got to be better.
Yeah, I'm not sure that there is. I mean, is there someone within the Kings organization? Sure. I mean, I'm sure Rico Hines has said it. I'm sure Bobby Jackson has said it. I'm sure that his conversations with Luke Walton has been very frank. Like, look, if you want to play in the fourth quarter, I need you to do this, this, and this. And until you do that, I'm not going to put you in there unless I have to, you know, and that's where it kind of became like, there are times this year where he played in the fourth quarter, but there are other times, like I understand there were times where he did not play at all in the fourth quarter. You know, he averages 26 minutes a night for a reason. And it's not just because he doesn't play in the fourth quarter. You have to earn those minutes in the fourth quarter. The lineup that the Kings put on the floor in the fourth quarter was productive and was working. And so at a certain point, you have to cheer on your teammates, and you have to understand that if there's going to be a moment where you need to go in, you better be ready and you better show up, you know? And I, you know, again, I think the biggest problem has always been that it's a lack of experience. The only way to get experience is to play. He's missed so much time that it's hard to get that experience. And so we end up in this bitter cycle where he's starting over most of the time. And while he's gotten bigger and stronger, that doesn't mean that he understands the game better. And we're still waiting for that moment where it all comes together. And it might happen, and it might happen somewhere else. At this point, it's likely if it's going to happen, it's going to happen to somewhere else. But he's still a serviceable player. I mean, we've talked about this a couple of times. He averaged 14 points and 8 rebounds a game. And that's without having any experience, without being able to stay on the floor. And so you hope that at some point it does all come together for him. Because again, I don't have anything against Marvin Bagley. I think he's a good kid. I've spent quite a bit of time with him, like in the locker room, having conversations, you know, all the events and stuff that we do. Like, I don't have anything against him at all. I just, at some point, you're right. There has to be some sort of accountability. And I'll also say this, the Kings haven't done anything wrong to him at all. Like, I mean, he was the starting power forward to open this season when, in all honesty, the team was better last year when Nemanja Bjelica played. They gave him the starting job. They gave him every opportunity to be successful. And, you know, it hasn't worked out. And it's not too late. I think there is a way that this thing could be worked out, but it's going to take a lot of sitting down, a lot of conversations. And then, like what you're talking about, a lot of honesty, because, you know, we talked about Jason Thompson a couple of weeks ago. Like, he was still like in his 8th year wondering when he was getting 12 shots a game. And it's like, oh man, you're never getting 12 shots a game. Right. That's not going to happen. That's not who you are as a player. Now, Marvin, that can happen for, but at the same time, like, you have to, at year 3, going into year 4, you should already know who you are as a player. It should just be refining who and what you are.
Yeah. Real quick thing. I just wanted to say, it reminded me of a time, and James, you might have seen this before, but I'll never forget. I was back after the game, and I think the Kings had lost to the Clippers. This was like 2 years ago. Lost to the Clippers. De'Aaron didn't play well. He had like 12 points or whatever the case may be. And Aaron Fox was backstage, and Aaron was he was holding court. He was just talking loud enough so people around could hear, right? And Aaron was like, this is ridiculous. Like, this is ridiculous. People want to talk about the coach. They want to talk about the GM. It ain't their fault. It's the point guard. The point guard ain't getting everybody what they need to do. He ain't taking the shot. Obviously, he was talking about his son. And he was like, he needs to play better. The point guard needs to play better. And that was him talking about his son. And I couldn't imagine anybody on Team Bagley having that type of dialogue privately, let alone publicly, to say, yo,
Hey,
gotta play better.
yeah, Team Bagley has said stuff to the media while we're waiting to get into the locker room, speaking loudly like that, but not with the same content. He's said stuff to the media, and that doesn't go over well at all. I'm not someone who would take that at all. Like, he wants to chirp, I'll chirp right back. I don't have any problems. Again, I cover Marvin Bagley the third. I don't cover Marvin Bagley, whatever junior or whatever he is, a second. I just don't. And to me, that, again, at a certain point, it's the AAU thing, I think. I don't know. I mean, I coached soccer for a long time. I've seen crazy stuff happen on the field. I've seen parents start to run out when their kid gets fouled hard and you got to pull parents back. I've seen all kinds of crazy stuff. But at a certain point, you have to let someone make their own way. And you have to, he's responsible for his career. And so I hope the best for him. I do. And whether that's in Sacramento or it's elsewhere, like, look, at a certain point, you either are or you aren't one of the cornerstones of a franchise. And we're getting closer and closer to the point where he probably is not one of the cornerstones of the Kings franchise. But it doesn't mean he can't be a cornerstone for someone else's franchise. They're not going to want, other teams are not going to want this baggage, though. They're just not. And I mean, players have been run out of the league for less. It is what it is. So, I hope they all figure it out.
Kings insider James Ham, NBC Sports, with us here on D'Lo and KC. James Ham, of course, the ratings getter as numbers skyrocket when James Ham joins us. I want to bring you into a conversation we were just having, James, because Kenny hates DeAndre Ayton. So we were talking about, if you swapped out Rashawn Holmes for DeAndre Ayton, would the Phoenix Suns be the same?
Man, I don't know. Ayton's been really good in the playoffs. I like, coming into the draft, I wasn't an Ayton fan at all. But the fact that he went number one in that draft, to me, when it was happening, didn't make sense. I don't think the Kings would have taken him at number 2 if he fell to them. Actually, I know they wouldn't have taken him at number 2. Like, again, I think Phoenix gets off the hook. And as we're talking, DeAndre Ayton is on my TV right in front of me. Anyway, I just
Which
think
one? I know you have a sea of TVs.
I do have a sea of TVs.
TV 4, TV 5.
Yeah, I think we have 11 TVs in the house.
You said hands looking like the replay center. Is that what you said? What?
Yeah,
that's what it is.
Yeah. So my bar, certainly. Look, I think when I watched DeAndre Ayton play in college, he did not know how to set a screen at all. Any screen he set was from like 8 feet away, and like, you got to bring the dude to me. All he could do was pin down his man and call for the ball over the top. I think probably, we're getting this who deserves more credit thing here with the Suns. Is it Chris Paul or is it Monty Williams? And I think when you see the development of Ayton specifically, that is, Chris Paul has created him into the type of big man that works with him. And it's the best thing that's ever happened to DeAndre Ayton's career. Chris Paul is just, he's going to mean the world to who he becomes as a player. Basically, he's become like somewhat of a DeAndre Jordan, but with just more skill. And so that's good. And so I don't mind Ayton. I just think that, like, again, if you would have put Ayton in Sacramento, or if you would have had Ayton in Phoenix, but without Chris Paul, we wouldn't see this type of development. And it's because Chris Paul is, Michael Malone told me years ago, he is the greatest leader in the NBA. There's not even one close to him. And that was with Michael Malone, coming off a long stint in Cleveland working with LeBron. It's not like he hadn't worked with like great leaders. Right. Like, hey, this dude is unbelievable. And while people do not like him on the outside, and a lot of fans don't like him, they don't like the antics, they don't like all the garbage that he does on the court, his teammates love him and adore him, and they listen to him. And I think that's the biggest thing for me. I think he's helped so much in that one player. The rest of the squad, I think they kind of were who they were. The whole Cameron Payne thing, I don't think anyone can make heads or tails out of that. How all of a sudden he's like a star and he's just making so much money for himself every game. But Ayton specifically, I think, has been aided so much by Chris Paul.
James, can I ask you a Kings question? This is kind of
Maybe.
look at me getting my Earl on with a question like this. But I asked Damien a question the other day on the show. This is kind of like off the wall. This is one where like maybe we're picking nits a little bit here. But there's 4 guys I looked at. They're like on the back part of the Kings roster. And I said, Justin James, Robert Woodard, Jamias Ramsey, and Lewis King. And I said, pick one of those 4 guys that you were like, yo, we can come back a year and a half later and be like, man, Monty found him. That was a crazy pick. Obviously, he didn't find Justin James, but you get what I'm saying. And I said Lewis King. Is that kind of crazy? There's something about Lewis King that intrigues me. Is that kind of a crazy thought?
No, I mean, I liked what I saw from Lewis King and the little small sample size that we got. But again, we can go back to the Ike Diagu statement that I made earlier. There's always somebody. There's always somebody who in the last 5 games of the season, because the Kings haven't made the playoffs for 15 straight years, who gets an opportunity that he normally would not get, and then he shines in that opportunity. I mean, I remember what Scal just tore apart the Suns in like an April game, and everyone was so excited about Scal. And a lot of it is, it's just that the defense isn't the same. The gameplay isn't the same. One night you're playing a playoff team who's gearing up. The next night you're playing a team that's literally trying to lose because they want their lottery picks higher. And so I think at the end of the season, it's hard to analyze anyone and try to figure out what you got. I'll just say this, like, you could have a worse potential player. You could. I mean, there are worse players. And so it's good to at least have some sort of talent base that you're going to get in your system, who's going to be a 2-way player, who's going to get to go to practices, who's going to challenge, a guy like De'Aaron Fox as a bigger guy who can play the 3, but also he can play the 1. So you're going to have different looks for Fox and Halliburton go up against. So I think having him here is a good thing. But I kind of get what you're saying, and it goes back to what I've said a million times. Like, you walk into the season and you have Jamias Ramsey, Daquan Jeffries, who was hurt, Justin James, and Robert Woodard. None of those guys were really ready to play at all this season. And that was 4 of your 15. Like we're not going to touch the rest of the roster. Let's just stop there. Like, how are you supposed to compete? You need 2 of those guys and a couple of 2-way players. And so those 4 guys, one thing, but the Kings dragged that into their standard roster last year. And you just you can't have that many players who aren't experienced enough to help you. And if you have injuries, to step up and fill a role, any role, whatever it might be. And so I get what you're saying there. And I do like Luke King. But I also, I like Chimezie Metu too. I think he's got a,
That's our guy.
yeah. And I also, I dig what Damian Jones did. I think that, you're getting some solid minutes out of some of these guys. But again, like, were they playing against the top of the top? And chances are the answer is no, if you went back and looked at their minutes really closely.
Well, the resumption of the G League in its proper form, I guess, will that help with these guys next year getting more, even if they're not getting as much run in an NBA game, at least they're getting out on a basketball floor every day?
Yeah, man. To be honest with you, this season wasn't fair at all. I mean, because, it's not even just that you had like Jamias and you had Robert, right? You have these 2 young kids that are just coming out. They got drafted in September? Like everything was abbreviated. There was no. So right now, these guys are all working out together. You're seeing videos of them. You're seeing pictures of them all over the place, right? I think a bunch of them are in LA right now. A bunch of them will be in Sacramento. Normally, players get into Sacramento in September, and like first week of September, maybe even last week of August, they start playing pickup games against each other, having a good time, 3-on-3, 4-on-4, whatever they can do. So that's a typical offseason where they have, like, by the time you get to September 25th or 26th, 27th, when media day and the first day of training camp hits, these guys have already been smack talking and playing against each other every day, all day for like 6 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks. It just depends on the season. All of that was scrapped. And so these guys are not only getting that, but they're also going to get that from July 1 to August 31st, where they're working with a professional training staff. They're going to summer league. They're working with the coaching staff to learn the nuances of the offense and the terminology and all that stuff. So like those guys, to me, they didn't have a chance. And so I like Bobby Jackson's going to be in Stockton. So you're going to have some continuity there. The terminology will all be the same. Everything, the offensive sets and stuff should be similar. So I think it is good. And I think these guys, they need a reboot. And I like that the Kings gave, both Giannis and Robert, I think they gave them 2 and 3 year deals. And so they at least have a chance here to shine and figure out who they are as players at the G League level, and then come up when you need them to fill spots.
Mock draft 8.0 from James Ham. I gotta say, James, I'm not gonna do a James Ham and give you a thumbs down, but I wasn't feeling the guy that you selected. Make your case for Josh Giddey. It's Giddey, right? That's how you say it?
It's Giddey, yeah. I love him. To me, he's my dark horse at 9. I just think, look, he's played professionally in Australia, so he's playing against grown men, right? He's playing against some tough dudes, and we saw what that did to RJ Hampton and to LaMelo Ball last year. Like, they came into the league, both of them actually played better than you would expect, especially Ball, but Hampton showed some promise too. Like, there's something to me about playing in a league and then showing incremental development as you get through a season. By the end of the season, he was almost averaging a triple-double a night. Like, the guy has all kinds of skills. So while his offensive game is, at this point, is maybe a little Ricky Rubio-esque, the fact that he's averaging like 7 rebounds and 7 assists a game from a point guard position, to me, that's I like it. I like it because he didn't do that against 18-year-old college players. He did that against grown men in a professional league. And so I dig him. He's not going to play spectacular defense early in his career. He needs to get stronger. He needs to develop his 3-point shot. But the delivery, the mechanics, the court vision, everything, if you can have him as the 3 and doing a bunch of off-ball stuff and then finding players as not the primary ball handler, I think you could really start to develop him. And then, he can play some lead guard at times. He can play some 2. So I like his versatility. But yeah, he is my dark horse. I don't know that that's where the Kings will go because I've talked about this. I think Monty likes long, athletic wings. If that were Jeff Petrie sitting there with the number 9 pick, I think he would be a little higher on Jeff Petrie's list than maybe Monty's list. But I could be wrong. And he's going to be in the discussion like a lot of players are. I think there are maybe 5 or 6 players in that discussion.
Yeah. Obviously, this is true for the year before as well. But we had a tournament this year, but have you talked to any scouts about kind of the evaluation process and the difficulty of it? Obviously, looking at the G League guys is a little bit different, the Ignite guys, but like college players, has that process proved to be difficult for scouts? Has it proved to be difficult for you in studying these guys?
I don't think so, because there was enough games here this season where you did get a good look. I think we have to look at everything that happened, both pro and at the college level, and even European and Australian league level, all of that stuff. You have to look at it through the lens of COVID. It's unfortunate, but this is an era that we're going to live through. And once we get through the other side, we'll be able to look back and say, okay, how much did it slow the growth of specific players? But at this point, look, this is one of the best drafts we've seen in decades. I mean, this is like a 2003 draft and a 96 draft. This is one of those drafts that is going to fill the league up with star level players. And I think that they're in the top 5 or 6. I think there's a group there, but there's always somebody else, always, that from 7 all the way to 28. There's always somebody else that jumps up and is so much better than you thought. And this draft has a lot of those guys that you look at and you're like, okay, I can see who you probably are as a player. But, again, I just wrote on Keon Johnson, he's a guy who could be there when the Kings draft puts up a 48-inch vert, you start looking for player comparisons, and there's a super high level and there's a super low level with him. And he's going to land probably somewhere in between, but he could easily be like a DeMar DeRozan or a guy like Jaylen Brown. He also could, kind of just be a specialist like an Iman Shumpert, or, like a guy like Ben McLemore that doesn't ever quite find a way to connect all of the high level skills. Yeah. So, there's a lot of these guys that are hiding in this particular draft that could just completely jump off the board and be so much better, like Halliburton better, but who knows? I mean, I think all the way through the tail end of this draft, the tail end of the first round, there are players that you're like, okay, I wouldn't mind having a Cam Thomas on my team. He's going to score, right? The Chris Duarte, it's like a Dylan Brooks clone. Someone cloned Dylan Brooks and ran him through Oregon, and is like, here he is. So it just really does depend on what you're looking for. But I think this is a strong draft. It's a good draft to have 3 picks, because I think like a guy like Jalen Johnson could go, anywhere between 15 and 25 in this draft, and he's got top 5 talent. Yeah. But if I've got 3 picks, I can gamble on him. If I've got 1 pick at number 9, I don't think I can gamble. So that's what I mean. There's a lot of nuances to this draft.
Well, thanks, James. I'm going to spend the next 3 days calming down Kenny with the Dylan Brooks comparison. That's there.
My boy Dylan Brooks right there. He crazy, but that's my boy Dylan Brooks. Real quick, before we get you out of here, James, real quick, I just got to ask, so everything that you just said about the draft, I agree with how deep it is, a lot of game changers. Does that change your mind at all, like it has for myself, about the possibility of trading a pick?
No, it doesn't, because at a certain point, you just can't keep doing the same thing and expecting a different outcome. And I know it's not been Monty, and his first draft was spectacular. But at the same time, there are very few ways. There are only 3 ways to improve yourself in the NBA, and the Kings are basically not involved in one of those. And so it's either the draft or trade. And so while I think that there is talent, I also think that because of the depth of this draft and the quality of this draft, that number 9 pick is going to have more value than, the number 5 pick in certain drafts and the number 4 pick in other drafts. I think that there is enough quality and depth in this draft to get a real player in return for somebody who's looking to take a step back and doesn't have sort of that feeling of emergency that the Kings should have, because it's been so long and they just can't get over the hump. I mean, if not, again, Keon Johnson's a guy like, hey, look, 3 years from now, he could be the 2nd or 3rd best player in this draft. He could also be a bust. But, normally when you're drafting in the top 10, you're looking for that incredible talent or the boom bust potential, right? Yeah. If you're the Kings, I just don't think you can keep waiting. You cannot wait for another player to sit here and develop and develop and develop. And so I think it does change their outlook.
Gotcha. James Ham, Kings Insider, NBC Sports. James, tremendous stuff as always, my friend. Thank you so much for hanging out with us.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Take care, James.
Right, that's James Ham. As always, tremendous work from our man, James there. I have a thought I want to share with you about that draft. We talk about how talented that draft is. I want to remind you that the new Odyssey app is available. The new Odyssey exclusive stations are curated for sports listeners like you. Find your new summer soundtrack. There are hundreds of new stations for summer barbecues, road trips, working out, and relaxing poolside. You'll find a huge variety of music stations like Tailgate Rock songs that crank up the good times.
Yeah.
You'll find your favorite artist on Odyssey, too, on the all-new Artist radio stations. You'll also find the Beatbox station, where you can get some old Africa Bombada.
Okay.
You can get some Grandmaster Flash and Melly Mel.
Here now.
You can get the Fat Boys. You can get I Can't Live Without My Radio. You can get those sounds.
LL.
We need to change it from Beatbox to Bump Box, man, because that's how we roll in 2021. Check out the new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, available for you now. I get nervous when we talk about how good this upcoming draft is and how loaded it is and the talent. And
I know. I think this one is can't miss, though.
So was Andrew Wiggins. So was Jabari Parker.
They got hurt, and they did have all-stars, so they got like an MVP candidate.
Well, what I find in that draft, which holds me off a little bit, is obviously, you know, Joel there, your MVP candidate. Marcus Smart's in this draft. Your man's Julius Randle is in this draft. Zach LaVine is in this draft. Hell, you talk about an MVP candidate. The MVP is in this draft at 41. You know, there are some players in that draft, but every time someone says, "Oh, this draft, the top of this draft," I always go, "Oh, crap."
The Kings are going to get a great one. They're going to get the MVP candidate this time.
I like it. We're going to do a redraft tomorrow. We hope that you'll tune in. If you're watching on YouTube, and so many of you are, please hit the thumbs up button before you go. If you're not yet a subscriber, hit the subscriber. Twitch, same thing. Give us a follow there. And make sure that you are locked in with us here tomorrow on Sacramento's #1 sports station. Stilo and KC here on ESPN 1320.
Holla.
You can pop me down. I go back to the Comrex so I can hear you a little clearer now.
No, we can't hear you.
Oh, shoot.
I've been waiting through the song. Don't judge me.
So I always forget to plug it back in.
There we go.
I never plug it back in. All right.
Hey, do you remember Steve Moore at Arizona State? He's a good buddy of mine. He played with Ike.
Hey, I met one of your friends the other day. Hey, before y'all leave, yo, get that thumbs up. Let's get to triple digit thumbs up. There's 109 people watching. We're at 88. We just need 12 more.
Oh, 88. Come on, man.
Yeah, let's get there. Come on. We good for y'all blowing past the juvenile number. We appreciate it. But speaking, did you see Vax that thing up? If you haven't seen Vax that thing up yet, you've got to go see it.
Yeah.
Oh, y'all acted quick. Appreciate it. 5 more. Let's get that 5 more. Let's get to triple digits. There's still 106 in here. Let's get to triple digits. That's just on YouTube. Yes, this is Lisa Bonet. Available dopeones.com.
Lisa Bonet.
Is it Stefan? Stefan, you went to he called my name out at RC Willie in Elk Grove.
Shout out RC Willie.
And he like
so hold on.
Okay.
He's all the way out here, RC Willie. Yeah.
Let me explain.
You didn't want to go one exit up?
I'd like to explain. It was in my head. I swear to you, it was in my head. I went to RC Willie.
Yeah.
Spent some money and then just got hit with a kick in the balls and was like, I'm ready to go home. I don't want to do anything now.
I wouldn't have been good company.
I was like, I bought and really it was like I bought that, huh? I bought the things at RC Willie that I liked,
yeah,
versus needed.
It happens that way.
And I felt like such a dick.
It happens that way.
But as I was, you know, doing the walk of shame away from the counter where they handed me the receipt, brother called my name and I turned around, said hello. He was like, yeah. I thought he said Steph or Stephan. He was like, yeah, Kenny and I went to school together. I said McClatchy. He was like, yeah, okay. But yeah, man. So shout out to my man Stefan. If I'm sorry, I'm missing that.
So ridiculous when I realized who it was. I think because it could be like 3 guys. I know like 3 Stefans from that same era that I went to school with. One I didn't go to school with, but yeah, it could be like 1 or 3 guys. Either way, yeah, they're my guys.
Yeah, man, it was. I had a couple of people stop me over the weekend that listened to the show, which I only pointed out, 1, because I didn't tell you about it, and 2, it's always shocking. Like I think we talked about this. I think we talked about this with oh, people are listening,
right?
Like we see the people in the chat, right? And Kenny and I see each other, but we forget that there's, you know, a whole world of people listening on the radio, and sometimes Kenny's in his freaking bedroom. Like I'm at the house. Like it's weird. And it's like, oh yeah, Kenny and I weren't just talking with our friends on YouTube and Twitch. Like they're
on the airwaves.
There's people listening to us. So
airwaves, yeah.
I think it was Josh, who's a big Kings fan. He grabbed me at Chipotle when I stopped there.
Chipotle, that sounds pretty good.
Solid. You can't go wrong there. Can't go wrong there.
For a long time, I didn't like
dude, this is Bro, big. Nope, that's not it. Where'd it go? Where'd John Bull go? Big time facts right here. This is the most legit message that has popped up all day.
Come on, man.
Everyone in my life just comes up to me and gasses up Kenny. People I'm knowing, people I don't know. Hey, Damien. Hey, what's up, man? Oh, I listen to you guys. Yeah, I know Kenny. Oh, no, that's great, man. Thanks for listening. We appreciate it.
None of these people.
Hey, Damien? Yeah. Oh, I thought that was you. Your voice sounds familiar. Oh, I listen to you guys every day. Man, I love Kenny. Oh,
hey,
cool.
like
I'll let him know.
None of these people, man. I don't know, man. I don't see none of these people. I don't run into any of these people. I don't know where you guys be at.
I mean, I just be outside.
They be outside.
I mean, it is what it is.
You back.
Wait a minute. Where is it? Right there.
Shy the man.
That's why.
Shy the man. You the man, Shy. You the man.
Hey, D-Lo, you got to do the show with Casey, right? Yes. Matter of fact.
I don't know when I'm gonna be outside again. It might be outside. I don't know. Be outside for my birthday.
Getting the people.
I don't know.
Ooh.
Hey man, the show is the people.
Might have to.
The show. It's the show.
Let's see. Kenny's birthday's on a Thursday. If I get a couple of deliveries,
I'll be here on Friday. Mark my words.
If I get a couple of deliveries, maybe we do something at the spot for Casey.
You know what it is? Hey man, let's go, man. You know what it is. You know what it is. Maybe the Friday. You know, when I was younger, like just turned 21 or so, whatever. My birthday was an all-star weekend. Oh, it was an all-star weekend. We was Friday, we was somewhere on Saturday, and then we had the all-star game, aka the barbecue on Sunday.
Oh boy. Now that I've seen your barbecues on social media, man, I need to prepare at least. Don't text me day of anymore. Text me a week in advance so I can train, say my prayers, and eat my vitamins.
Eat your vitamins.
Yeah, I gotta take a nap, and I gotta be ready to roll to the compound.
So this is funny. See, I bring you guys into my world. I'm not a cooker or whatever. So I actually got on the grill for the 4th of July. We're in the process of trying to get a grill, you know, we're trying to figure out the right one, whatever the case may be. But we have a smoker that's low to the ground, right? Jazz, she's a whiz. She's just like, boom, boom, I'm getting on there, bang, this is what you do, da-da-da-da-da. Me, I'm not as experienced. So, you know, I've done it a few times, flipped some burgers, some hot dogs and stuff like that. But this time, I think she said we got some burgers that had more fat on them. So we, you know, she do the burgers and she put 8 on the grill at a time. And she's like, yeah, you just get in there and you flip and stuff like that. I'm not a big fire guy, right? Like I'm not big on fire. I kind of keep my distance from fire.
Just to be clear, you don't like fire. You also don't like water. I just feel the need to say those things out loud back to back.
I like dirt and concrete, right? So we go, she's like, yeah, you know, you flip it, you do whatever. I was like, all right, cool.
Smack it up.
So I get on there and I get to flipping or whatever, but the grease is so much from these hamburgers that I move it and the grease just flames. I'm like, whoa, what's going on here? I'm trying to move it. I'm not moving fast enough. The flames are just coming. I'm like, yo, I said, Jazz, you got to come out here and flip these burgers right now. You got, because this is crazy. So what happened was, I can't put 8 on that grill.
No, but I just want to be clear. Something went wrong on the grill, and you went and got your wife.
In this particular case, yes, because Jasmine will walk through fire. She ain't afraid of fire at all. I'll be like, do you see this fire on your hand right now?
Probably go swimming too.
It's just a flame. I go swimming.
She's Kane.
I'm going swimming in the lake.
Jazz is Kane.
Exactly.
Kane in the Inferno match.
Like, you're not hot with that flame on your finger. That's just
Hey, shout out to Axe 29. I'm watching from Philly. We're still pissed at Ben Simmons coaching to a lesser degree Embiid. God bless y'all, man. God bless y'all, man. Hey,
man.
I was reading an article. We don't have the assets to take Ben Simmons off your hands. So, well, we do, but we're not trading one of them. So, appreciate the honesty, though, man. I'm sure that's all right. At least you're pissed about losing in the playoffs. We're pissed about a player who's doing a podcast and can't stay on the floor. So,
yeah,
it happens. But you wouldn't be a sports fans if you weren't mad about something.
Yeah, but yeah.
Oh, there ain't no way this is happening.
Nah, I ain't going. I go.
That ain't happening.
Resort. You got a cabin for me with the internet and with a satellite TV.
And he's roughing it up at the Four Seasons in Tahoe. I did go camping. What do you mean? It was right on the campsite.
I'm a gut it out one time. But no, what happened was she had like 9 burgers on the grill. It's like, fam, and they were all like, it was too much. The fire was crazy. So I reduced it down. I did 5 at a time. And then I was good from there. I was like, boom, boom. I started whipping them up. I started whipping them Krabby Patties up. It was all good. But man, when she had like 8, 9 things on them things, I was like, man, come on, man. The fire is hellfire and brimstone out here.
You didn't broadcast that part on social media though.
No, because when I finally got on social media, I had it under control.
You had the black bottle in your hand.
On social media with them flames out of nowhere. I had to come to you guys when it was in control. Them flames was, bro. The flames was, they was high. I ain't like it.
I'm glad Jazzy was there to save you. It very much pleases me that Jazzy was there.
I didn't like it. Plus, the other killer was the smoker is like, it comes to my knee. So it's not like I got to bend down. It's not a good angle, man. That's why I got to get the grill where I'm right there and just pop, 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 pop. I can do it. Flip them things, like crispy crab.
Okay.
You familiar with the crispy crab?
You just got me familiar with crispy chicken like a week ago. Now we're on.
Krabby Patties. I said crispy crab.
Yeah, I don't know what that is either.
Chat, y'all gotta let them know, man. Krabby Patties.
Was it a crab cake?
Man, SpongeBob. He used to flip them Krabby Patties.
That doesn't clarify what a Krabby Patty is. It's like a crab meat hamburger. SpongeBob. It's what?
It's a burger in SpongeBob. The place he worked at was the Krusty Krab. So I'm not in this.
Woo, look at the time.
Look, I'm not in this demographic. I like SpongeBob. Like, it's funny. I didn't watch it like that. But there's a segment.
Why do all these grown ass people know this reference?
Come on, bro.
I know y'all don't have kids. Like, what are y'all doing?
There's a segment of people who are.
I'm literally the only one who doesn't get it.
And they swear by SpongeBob. Like, I remember Kyrie, he came out with the SpongeBob shoes, right? And he's like, yeah, man, SpongeBob, it'll teach you life lessons if you watch SpongeBob long enough. I said, what? I was talking to the Queen Bee. She's like, yeah, it does kind of, if you pay attention, there's life lessons in SpongeBob. I missed that one. Oh no, Jazz is there's a guy, you guys know who Shea Serrano is?
Mm-hmm. The writer
talks all the time about how his wife is just like the handyman. He's like, I do all this stuff with the books and stuff. She's building our house, basically. It's not that drastic, but Jazz likes doing all that stuff. She likes getting her hands dirty. I'm like, I'll do it later. She's like, no, it needs to be done now, so I'm gonna go do it. That's what happens. I think it was more of an 80s or early 2000s.
I don't even know. Yeah, I guess I forgot. Some of y'all little youngy young.
SpongeBob is hella funny though. Like, SpongeBob is hella funny. That's a funny.
I have never seen it before. I know what it is, but I've never seen it.
Funny cartoon. That one cracks me up. Yeah. Oh, I was painting. No. So I told you she had me painting on the hottest day of the year. And the hottest time of the year, like 5 o'clock.
I feel like there's a bunch of references happening that I just don't get right now. So I'm just riding along with it.
Wait a minute, Roddy, that's cap. I fixed the faucets. I end up grilling the meat. She was fighting the fire, though. No, I ain't going to front on you there. She did fight the fire. I didn't do that. But I grilled it. I changed tires, and I fixed faucets. That's what I do. She's the firefighter, though. I ain't going to front on that one. She'll definitely.
So I was thinking, is SpongeBob funny? Like, what? How old were you when you were watching SpongeBob? Comment on our social media.
Not the turn in the chair, though.
Okay, listen. I know we just started the segment, and it just so happens to pop up with ideas the day after, you heard them somewhere else. But I was thinking, just me alone. Because it's my show. There's no one else on it. I haven't done that in a while.
Oh, man.
David always goes there. And you know why he does it? Because he knows I'm going to react to it. He absolutely knows I can't help myself.
Oh, man. No, man. We hands on everything here, man. Hands on everything. Sometimes much to my chagrin, but I'll do it kicking and screaming when it's done. It's like, all right, I did that. Feels good. But yeah. I don't think Damien would like SpongeBob. I think Damien will watch SpongeBob and be like, this is stupid. But it's hilarious, though. It's hilarious.
We Baby Kid. We don't die.
Baby Kid wasn't a TV show, though.
Mm-mm.
Just a movie. Great movie, though.
Yeah, it was a really good movie. Who was that voice again? Oh, it's Phase on Love.
Yeah.
Phase on Love.
Valet at the house. You might need to park around the side of the house, too.
True story.
Yeah.
It's a true story. If you don't get there at the right time, you're going to have to park far away.
We know our guy. Shida, man, you're right. D-Lo would. I don't think he'd finish an episode. I really don't.
Like the Half Decent podcast.
Exactly.
You're going to make it through this.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that means. Do you know what that sentence means?
I don't know if I can do it. Let me see. SpongeBob, please get out of my face. I can't do a good Squidward. I don't do a good Squidward. Now, you did watch you watch Boondocks, right?
I've seen it, yeah.
Boondocks, no.
Yeah, I've seen it.
That's some funny stuff right
You
there.
got to watch that one, yeah.
That's some funny stuff. Patrick, get out of my face.
Is he's the bad guy?
Alone.
Is he the bad guy?
He's basically like the adult of the.
Oh, I'm the bad guy? Oh, that's foul.
No,
That's foul, Peyton.
he's not the bad guy. He's the
I'm
adult.
the heel.
He's the one that like SpongeBob is stupid, and so is Squidward, or so is Patrick. But Squidward is like the adult of the block, and he's just like, he basically shakes his head like, how are these two still living? Why are they still around me? I don't understand how they keep just being around.
Oh, I feel like this might be accurate. I feel like this might be very, very accurate. It appears everybody does. Okay, I'm with it. That we got something we can all get behind. All right. All right.
Man, a little Mr. Krabs to me. A little Mr. Krabs. A little penny pinching here. Always looking for that dollar.
Oh, gosh.
Yo, Manny.
Oh, man.
David, you're right. Bad guy is Plankton. Plankton is kind of funny.
I wish I understood what was happening right now. I honest to God don't. I feel like Roddy listening to a wrestling conversation.
Mr. Krabs he's the heel. They're all funny though. They're all pretty unfunny. Squidward is not funny, but he fits.
Can somebody?
It's hilarious.
Can somebody goat Marvin into doing something stupid? Because what the hell are we gonna do tomorrow?
Oof. Giants play 6:30.
Put out a tweet and tag Marvin in it. Just see what happens.
Tag Alexis. Alexis will take the bait every time.
Yeah, but that ain't enough. That ain't good enough content. People are like, what's Alexis? Like the ride? All right.
His name the daughter Alexis. Yeah, we have been talking about SpongeBob for too long.
I think Casey's getting the look. It's time to go. Jazz out there grilling, and Casey needs to. It's time. Casey's got to go inside.
I can grill as long as it don't set on fire. But like I said, give me to the end of the summer, and I'm gonna be a grill master. That's facts.
That's not facts, Earl. It's not. That's not facts. If you call Jazz when the fire gets too high, you're not going to be a grill master.
I know how to keep the fire from getting that high this time. See, when you're Kane like her, she's like, fire might shoot up. No big deal. Just get in there. I'm not Kane. So I know how to keep it from being a Kane situation. Mm. The grill was literally looking like when Kane puts his arms down. I was like, this isn't for me. Mm. We've got to change this. Can't have 9 on the grill. There's too much grease.
Coward. All right. Let's get up out of here.
I'm not SpongeBob and he's not Squidward.
Oh.
It's not fair to you.
Rich can't play no more either. We've been on too long. It's like 4:15 or something like that. We've been on too long. Everybody's got to go. Bye, Rich. Bye, everybody. All right. Thanks for hanging out, man. We will see you all tomorrow at noon.
Holla.